But keep in mind that we would like to have your contributions in order to publish a book with the contributions of the conference. But anyway, we'll be in contact, but I would like to tell you that already so that you are prepared and keep it in mind. Thank you.
Because it's very noisy and cold.
I know that it's a little cold, but we are trying to find the technician in order to.
Because we want to understand what she said.
Until we find a technician to lower the air condition, I will try to speak up. And first of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation to this very interesting conference and welcome the German and Austrian colleagues in Athens. It's a pleasure and honor to have you here and to continue not only the long and traditional links of cooperation among our universities, but also very fruitful exchanges on democracy past and present. So today we'll be speaking about different aspects of Athenian history and presenting you some hopefully new elements. Starting of course with Clisthenes, who is rightfully considered the father of democracy. In the year 508 BC, he introduced a system of political reforms in the way the citizen body of Athens was organized in tribes and in the way the common people were allowed participation to the different organs of Athens. By this revolutionary political scheme, the demos was granted access and control of power to an unprecedented extent. A complex system of checks and balances aimed to limit the risks of oligarchy and the abuse of power by the few. It is noteworthy, though, that the democratic principle, one of ancient Greece's most enduring contributions to the modern world, was not the fruit of a popular revolution or even popular demand, but the creation of a member of one of the oldest, richest, and most aristocratic families of Athens, the Alcmeonids. Why would an aristocrat change radically the focus of Athenian governance, entrusting it to the people instead of members of his own class? In search for an answer to this question, we may look way back to the Athenian history during the 2 centuries preceding the Clisthenian reforms. But before this, let's take a look to an extraordinary recent archaeological find, this of several mass graves in a cemetery located in Phaleron on the shores of Attica, some 4 kilometers from here, which has opened a new window for understanding of early historical Athens and the links between violence and democracy. The Bay of Phaleron was used as the first port of ancient Athens before Themistocles moved it to Piraeus in the 5th century. You see it located in the red area. The sandy soil of the bay, which could not be cultivated, built, or otherwise exploited, hosted one of the most extended necropolis of ancient Attica, which has been preserved thanks to the hippodrome, you see it on the right, of modern Athens that operated there till the 20th century. In 2015-16, during rescue excavations for the construction of the Stavros Niarchos Foundation Cultural Center, the new site of the Greek National Library and Opera, a small part of the most important archaic cemetery of Athens was brought to light. Its greatest part, including a vast area under the current esplanade, it's the garden that you see in the middle, everything that is in the middle of this garden has not been excavated, and the 2 areas marked in pink are the 2 areas that have been excavated. So in this excavated area, which is estimated to correspond to just 1/10 of the cemetery's total surface, 2,115 burials have been discovered dating from the 8th to the 4th century BC, but mainly from the Archaic period. The continuous use of the cemetery for many centuries and burials in layers make dating specific finds a challenge for archaeologists. Dating relies on pottery finds, where such offerings to the deceased do exist, or on the stratification of the burials when one of the layers has been dated. The Phalion cemetery is unique in Greece and the only one in Attica in terms of the large numbers of burials of vio thanati, people who have suffered a violent death. This makes it the possible location of execution of the death sentence and of burial of the condemned in ancient Athens. In total, in the excavated area, 187 skeletons, representing close to 18% of the total number, bear anthropological and taphonomic indications of execution, including shackles made of iron, traces of ties of perishable material, prone or kneeling body position of the corpses, perimortem trauma, including crushed skulls, crushed bones and feet mutilations, and the lack of the usual burial rites. The most extraordinary recent find were 3 mass graves discovered in 2016 in the periphery of the Phalion cemetery. 78 skeletons in total were found lined up in 3 trenches, bearing signs of execution. The largest, the first group about which we'll be talking, and the second and the third group on top. Their study is an ongoing multidisciplinary project in collaboration between the Greek Effort of Antiquities, the Swedish Institute of Athens, and the American School of Classical Studies at Athens, the finds of which have only partially been published to date, and I have been honored to be asked to contribute also regarding the legal and political frame as seen from the side of the sources. The first row consists of 47 individuals divided in 2 groups, and the major one of 39 individuals are carefully laid the one next to the other in supine position, the majority with their arms positioned over their heads, bearing iron shackles on their wrists or tied with perishable material. The victims of the first row were not totally deprived of passage rites. 2 inochoe, 2 small vases, were found deposited close to the corpses. You see the location here of one of the vases. These vases, along with stratigraphic finds, allow to date the burial around the middle or a bit later of the 7th century, although the exact date has not been determined. The second group of the first row consists of 7 skeletons with their hands tied behind their backs without metal shackles, in a different posture than the rest. In row 2, 16 individuals were buried with their arms tied behind their backs with perishable material, being thrown through the pit without care. In row 3, 16 skeletons with their arms tied with iron bonds around their wrists were executed in situ, probably from a standing position, and thrown in after falling almost like dominoes. The finds suggest that the bodies were rapidly covered after deposition, but the relation between and the periods between the 3 rows has not been determined. They probably belong to different events, perhaps close in time, in the frame of the same century. And as I said, I will be focusing on the first group, the first row. The preliminary field observations and analysis of the remains show that all skeletons whose sex can be identified belonged to young males. Numerous breaks and skeletal trauma were observed. The form and location of the cranial fractures may indicate that many among the captives were executed in situ when kneeling, perhaps in front of a trench or lying down, with a blow from a blunt object like a club. The victim's body alignment has been recreated by dancers under the supervision of the archaeologist Stella Chrysoulaki in an effort to understand how the dead bodies were put to rest. And I invite you to look at this small video. It lasts 3 minutes because it's not every day that we can witness an ancient execution. The recreation shows that the victims of the first row were pulled by the hands and carefully aligned the one next to the other, while those of the other two rows were carelessly thrown in the pit. So the initial bone analysis concludes that an hypothetical scenario is that the majority of the captives, probably in poor physical condition, starved, dehydrated, and beaten, but otherwise in good general health, were brought to Phaleron in shackles, some of them plausibly tied to a frame with ropes, as suggested by the position. The individuals may have been pushed to the ground, some of them perhaps kneeling, before fatal blows to the head of the individuals not already dead were inflicted before the bodies were covered. A first question that arises is who were the captives? There can be, of course, no certainty about their identity, only speculations. The histological analysis has shown that most of them are without signs of active disease and with a generally good oral health, being in good shape, having been well fed and exercised during their lives, which may allow to assign them as upper class and free individuals, although they seem to have suffered from dehydration and violent beating close to their death. It is highly unlikely that these were prisoners of war who in pre-classical times were considered too valuable in view of the possibility of being exchanged or ransomed to be put to death. A band of common bandits could hardly have included so many people, and the two vases found in the first row for burial rites makes it less likely that they were common criminals or pirates or slaves. The next question is whether these were state executions. The way the body fell into the ditch seems to illustrate exactly the description in the ancient dictionary of Pollux of the Dimios, the executioner acting in the name of all the Demos, as the one who stood in front or on top of the ditch before delivering the fatal blow with the tympanon, a wooden club. The shackles found in many individuals also suggest a state authority, as private individuals could hardly have had access to so many ironed handcuffs. Mass executions in large numbers require some degree of organization and legitimation that no private citizen could possibly freely exercise against anyone. Only a public authority could carry out an execution of several prisoners at once, especially if they were free citizens, without incurring popular reaction and the risk of reprisals from the relatives of the victims. This, of course, does not mean that the executions were justified or dispensed via due process, just that these were not private but public affairs. The group tombs of Phaleron, if their dating in the 7th century is archaeologically confirmed, could therefore attest that state executions, as an expression of the state's monopoly on the exercise of violence, took place long before Solon. This would attest to the existence of an early state structure in Athens, with a system of punishment and execution of the death penalty, sometimes in a large scale, especially in proportion to the citizen population of the period. This also presupposes a correctional system in place capable of carrying out the simultaneous killing and burial of many people, and more generally, a system of distribution of justice already in place. If true, this would place the date both of the application of the death penalty in Athens and of a complex and sophisticated state apparatus that had the right to use legal violence against its member in an area that predates Dracon and Solon. Just to mention that this is not the very first find of mass executions in this area. 1 century earlier, in 1915, another mass grave of 18 individuals executed had been excavated, and these, contrary to the recent find, were tied with 5 shackles around their necks, their wrists, and their feet on a wooden plank, some remains of which had survived, having suffered a kind of crucifixion. We don't have the time now to explain you how, through a theory established by the archaeologist Keramopoulos, he has maintained that crucifixion was the main way of executing the death sentence in ancient Greece, which I think is an erroneous explanation of the sources, and it was only exceptionally imposed to very serious criminals for crimes such as treason or sacrilege, and the rest were probably executed, as we have seen, by blown on the head. The first row of the recent find contains 47 victims. This is an enormous number in proportion to the relatively small population of Athens at the time, which, especially if we are to assume that the victims were upper-class citizens, must have had a terrible impact on Athenian society. The importance of the find, tentatively dated in the period for which we have no contemporary written sources, lies in what it shows. It sheds new light on the beginnings of historical Athens. Although it is impossible to link the find to any known historical event, in lack of clear evidence on the identity of the victims, the later historical traditions surrounding the constitution of Athens as a city-state do speak about a series of violent and bloody incidents of civil strife and executions. The most famous event of early Athenian history, it was mentioned before by Professor Pavlopoulos, dated in the 7th century, one that marked the city's history and politics for many generations to come, was the notorious Chilonian conspiracy. The initial rapport of the bone analysis concludes that the observations from the field documentation neither validate nor disprove the hypothesis that these individuals were the captives and victims of the so-called Chilonian conspiracy. Even if we cannot know for certain if these corpses correspond to the victims of this particular coup, the dating of the find in the 7th century show that a major bloody event did occur in early Athens and in what must have been a very heated political environment. The Chilonian conspiracy, dated around 636-624 BC, is one of the oldest stories told about early Athens whose historicity is generally acknowledged. Variations of the same story that circulated orally for generations in Athens are given by Herodotus, Thucydides, Aristotle, and Plutarch. And some versions of the story were politically filtered since they touched upon the most prominent aristocratic family of Athens, the Alcmeonids. The Athenian youth, Chilon, the Olympic victor of the Diabolos, the foot race in the 35th Olympiad in 640-639, and son-in-law of the tyrant of Megara Theagenes, after misunderstanding a Delphic oracle as to the correct timing, attempted a coup in Athens during the next Olympic celebrations in an attempt to become a tyrant, supported by a small group of elite Athenians and by force given by his father-in-law. Chilon and his supporters seized the Acropolis in view of establishing a tyranny, but they were trapped inside and sieged. Why did they try to occupy the Acropolis, a natural fortress, as will also do other tyrants after them, including Pisistratus? Perhaps because at the time, long before the Parthenon was built, there lay the Prytaneum, the administrative center of Athens, before it was transferred down in the Agora during Clisthenes' reforms, exactly perhaps in order to avoid some similar precedents from repeating. Thucydides says that all the Athenians rushed Pandemi from the fields to help with the blockade. However, the siege taking a long time, many left, authorizing the 9 archons with plenary powers to arrange everything according to the good judgment. The besieged suffered from want of food and water, some even dying of hunger. Thucydides is the only source stressing the people's authorization to the archons to act at will, using the later term autokratores. Later it will be the imperator who has plenary powers, which seems an attempt to justify that they acted within their powers and with some legitimacy. The name of the archon in charge of the seas, the Megacles I, head of the Alcmeonids, is deliberately omitted by Herodotus and Thucydides, but provided by Aristotle and Plutarch. The Chilonians were persuaded to leave the protection of the sanctuary and to submit to trial after being promised they would not be killed. According to Thucydides, seeing the supplicants dying of hunger in the sanctuary, and therefore implying that initially the archons acted in order to avoid the pollution of the altar, they promised that they would do them no harm. The promises imply that at this time in Athens, before the earliest known law on homicide of Dracon, a court of law and some sort of legal procedure already existed that could judge the crimes which Chilon and his followers were guilty of, which were punishable by death. The promises given to the besieged by the archons, however, were not kept. Some supplicants who took refuge at the altars of the Furies, the Erineae, were dispatched on the spot, while the rest were taken away to be killed. The expression used here is apagarondes apectinan. Plutarch adds the broken thread story tied on the goddess's statue and deployed on the way down from the Acropolis, the critical breaking of which took place at the altars of the Furies, upon which Megacles and his fellow archons rushed to seize the supplicant who were slain on the spot. He also adds that were only spared those who also made the supplication to the wives of the archons. And the archons were ever since called polluted and were hated in the city. The sources point out that while some of the supporters of Chilon were killed on the spot during the resistance to arrest, others were lifted and taken away to be killed. The captives could have been brought to Phaleron, which lays at just 1 hour distance on foot from the center of Athens, the 4 kilometers, to be executed far away from the families to the place where they would be immediately buried at the burial ground of those condemned to the death penalty. It is to be noted that the other cemetery of Athens, in Keramikos, close to the Agora, no victims of execution have been found to this date. Plutarch speaks of an ongoing stasis among the survivors of the coup and the descendants of Megacles that divided Athens into 2 factions, until many years later Solon persuaded the Alcmeonids to submit to trial, which is a reference to the first historically attested trial in Athens. The court consisted of 300 noblemen, selected Aristindin. Myron of the deme of Phlia acted as prosecutor, who may have been related to the victims. How did Solon convince the members of the most powerful family of Athens to be tried by their peers and to face perpetual exile, especially if they enjoyed popular support? This may have been the result of a major political compromise to avoid the ongoing bloodshed in the city. The Alcmeonids' line of legal defense is reflected in the different narratives in the sources. They must have claimed that their ancestor, Megacles, had acted as alleged by Thucydides according to popular sentiment, after being given full powers to act at will, that they protected the city from tyranny and avoided its submission to Megara. They could also have claimed an old law cited in the Athenian constitution attributed to Aristotle, punishing with atimia, with infamy, any attempt to establish a tyranny and allowing the killing of the tyrants with impunity. In view, however, of the need to purify the city of the sacrilege of killing the supplicants, Solon could have devised a middle solution, that the Alcmeonids would be brought to trial and only exiled instead of being executed, while the city would be cleansed from the pollution of the sacrilege by appeal to a religious expert. And as a countermeasure, Solon may have passed a law that is attributed to him in the sources and considered strange by many scholias, ancient and modern alike, penalizing the citizens' neutrality in case of civil strife. Under the light of this law, in retrospect, Megacles' reaction to Chilon's attempt to establish a tyranny would have appeared justified, only the killing of the supplicant was not. This law could be a political trade to counterbalance the result of a trial whose outcome would be highly politicized against the Alcmeonids for many generations to come. Draco's lone homicide, that was passed a bit more than a decade after Chilon's events on 621, must be connected to the prolonged civil strife that divided the city in the aftermath of the events. This law, which has been discovered in a mutilated inscription in Athens when it was republished by the Athenians in the late 5th century, distinguishes intentional and unintentional homicide and sets the rules of reconciliation of the family of the victims of such crimes. However, I do not think that this law served as the legal basis for the trial of the Alcmeonids under Solon. At the time of the trial, which took place several decades after Chilon's affair, the author of the murder, Megacles, had died. The crime of which his descendants were accused could not have been homicide, since vicarious and transmissible liability of family members for homicide is unknown in ancient Greek law, contrary to the crimes of sacrilege and impiety, which were transmissible to one's descendants. According to Thucydides, the perpetrators of the sacrilege and their descendants were considered accursed and guilty against the goddess, εναγείς και αλητήριοι της Θεού. The term εναγείς, always connected to religious ideas, was used for those who had committed sacrilege against the god, but also of those guilty of the killing of supplicants or who had violated an oath. Alithirios, one of the strongest terms denoting a religious offender, according to the Suda lexicon, means impious, burdened with pollution, sinner against the gods. It is a condition subjective to a specific deity, alithirios tis Theou, which, like a genetic defect in today's terms, was passing from one generation to another, a man being born alithirios without having committed any fault of his own, but inheriting the sin of his forefathers. It's the well-known story of the ancestral sin that we also have in the Christian tradition. This inherited condition of pollution served as an instrument of propaganda for bringing the descendants of the Alcmeonids to trial, probably for a combination of sacrilege and a general charge of impiety, crimes of religious nature in their earliest forms. Sacrilege, hierosylia, the most serious offense against the gods, carried the death penalty normally, confiscation of property, and prohibition of burial within the borders of Attica, which corresponds to the penalty imposed to the deceased Megacles, whose bones were unearthed and thrown out of Attica. Why? Because the supplicants enjoyed inviolability according to the ancient social and religious institution and ritual act of iketia, already present in Homer and known through both the mythological tradition and historical record, which later developed into the institution of asilia, the right of asylum. Supplication, which could be addressed to both gods and humans, included the physical contact with parts of the body which had a peculiar sanctity. Here you see the knees. Or with sacred objects such as altars or statues of gods. As long as the physical contact with the sacred space was unbroken, the supplicants remained under divine protection. An abandoned act of supplication, if the contact was broken, lost its binding force and left the person exposed. The version of the story given by Plutarch on the breaking of the rope connecting the supplicants with the goddess statues may reflect an argument put forward by the Alcmeonids in their trial, alluding to the loss of status of the supplicants as ikete because the goddess had abandoned them. Reason why all versions of the story insist both on the physical contact of the supplicants with the altars and on this contact being broken by the archons on the promise that their lives would be spared, therefore with treachery. Many years after the sacrilege, supernatural phenomena such as pestilence and ghosts appeared in the city. Following divinations, the purification of Athens was mandated, a process aimed to appease both the spirits of vengeance, the Furies, and the public opinion, a purification that was entrusted to the Cretan seer Epimenides in collaboration with Athens' own reformer Solon. According to Plutarch, Epimenides, a mystical, semi-legendary figure of a sage and miracle worker, on coming to Athens made Solon his friend, assisted him in many ways, and paved the way for his legislation. Most important of all, by sundry rites of appropriation and purification, and by sacred foundations, he hallowed and consecrated the city and brought it to be observant of justice and more easily inclined to unanimity. The importance given to the purification process and the association of Epimenides with Solon's upcoming legal reforms signal that a higher religious legitimization in the figure of a foreign sage was considered necessary in order to achieve catharsis and reach concord in Athens after a long civil strife that had lasted over several decades. Epimenides is credited with reforming the cult practices and the funeral ceremonies, two elements also targeted by Solon's own legislation, which were strongly connected with the antagonism between the Epatride, the noble families of Athens, who controlled the local cults of Attica and were using the funerals of the family members as occasions of display of their power and fueling also vendettas and revenge in case of killings. The purification process is described by Diogenes Laertius. Epimenides ordered that black and white sheep symbolizing the day and the night be brought to the Areopagus hill and instructed those who followed them to sacrifice them to the local divinity where they lay down, reason for which altars to the anonymous gods were found in different demes of Attica. One of these altars, dedicated to an anonymous god, was seen by the Apostle Paul many centuries later, as stated in his famous discourse to the Areopagus, by which he preached Christianity for the first time in Athens. By the way, it was then that Dionysius Areopagitis was the first Athenian to convert to Christianism, whose memory is celebrated today by the Orthodox Church and is the patron saint of justice and the judges. In spite of the Alcmaeonids' condemnation to perpetual exile and two actual periods of exile mentioned in the sources, Thucydides notes that their descendants are still in the city, and he speaks, of course, about Pericles and Alcibiades, the two leading political figures of the 5th century. Important archaeological finds in the areas of Anavissos, ancient Anaphlystos, and Sunion, including funeral monuments and kuri associated with the Alcmaeonid family, suggest that the outmost southern area of Attica, where they may have possessed important lands, remained their base of operations, which may indicate that the Alcmaeonids did not leave the Attic Peninsula altogether, but were free to stay in its marginal areas, which may not have belonged to the Athenian polis at the time. Later, they will emerge as the popular leaders of the Parali, the men of the coast, the faction of the population living along the shores of Attica. The aristocratic families of Athens derived part of the power from the network of ties with local populations in different areas of Attica, a network of support that Clisthenes, with his democratic reforms, will try to break by reshuffling the formation of citizen organization groups. During their exile, the Alcmaeonids preserved their wealth, which was neither confiscated nor auctioned, allowing them to even finance the construction of the temple of Apollo at Delphi from Parian marble, according to Herodotus, in an attempt to secure the sanctuary's support to their political aims. The same god, Apollo, who had given an oracle to Chilon for the conquest of Athens, and subsequently had advised Athens on how to purify itself from the pollution of the killing of the supplicants. In a period where tyrannies were established in parallel in many Greek cities in the context of constant antagonism between aristocratic clans, the Alcmaeonids formed powerful alliances with other tyrants, including Clisthenes, the tyrant of Sicyon, who selected a descendant of Megacles as his son-in-law for his daughter Agariste among many rival suitors. Clisthenes, the father of democracy, is a descendant of this tyrant, as are Pericles and Alcibiades through their mothers. They will also associate themselves with Pisistratos, the next tyrant in Athens, who will marry a daughter of the Alcmaeonid family, although he will avoid to have regular intercourse with her to avoid producing heirs bearing the ancestral pollution of the family of the bride. The Alcmaeonids, in the different coups that will mark the Athenian history through the 6th century, will be exiled again and constantly conspire to overthrow the tyrants of Athens. Following a last attempt by Socrates to establish a tyranny with the aid of the Spartans, by attempting again to seize the Acropolis, the Athenians brought back Clisthenes, who, 2 years later, in 508, proposed the radical changes which transformed the Athenian constitution into a democracy. Almost 2 centuries after the Cyclonian affair in 458, Aeschylus' tragedy Eumenides was performed in Athens, telling the story of Orestes, who is haunted by the Furies for the murder of his mother, his trial by the Areospagos court after he had fled to Delphi, his acquittal through the intervention of the goddess Athena, and the appeasement and transformation of the Furies into Eumenides. A fiction that seems to be inspired by the true story of the polluted Alcmaeonids, guilty of killing the supplicants on the altars of the Furies, and which had a clear political message. The chorus that at the end of the tragedy calls on the Athenians to bury once and for all the demand for revenge for the murders makes a timely appeal in view of insults that some of the Athenians, still at the time, 2 centuries later, insist on addressing against the descendants of Megacles. And we have a very concrete proof of these insults in ostraca found in Keramikos, where Pericles' father, Xanthippos, and his son-in-law Megacles are called Alitiros Kylonios, the Kylonian cursed. In Aristophanes' Nights also, the sausage seller who plays Alcibiades is accused by the demagogue Cleon of being an Alitiros, and the audience certainly understands the allusion to his polluted origins, to whom he replies, "But your grandfather was one of the bodyguards of the tyrant Hippias." The reproach of pollution, but also the fear of tyranny 2 centuries after the Cylonian affair, continued to be instrumentalized in the political propaganda of the time. So when Pericles launched the ambitious program of reconstruction of the temple of Athena destroyed by the Persians using the money of the allies, but bearing the burden of the initiative in spite of a strong internal opposition, by building the Parthenon, to this day the universal symptom of democratic constitution founded by his uncle Clisthenes, perhaps in the back of his mind he was offering a kind of vow of expropriation to the goddess Athena, whom his ancestor Megacles had offended by killing the supplicants. Chilon's sacrilege and its resolution came to be seen something akin to the foundation myth of democratic Athens, this ancient conflict offering the occasion for the system's profound transformation. Over a long process leading from the 7th to the 5th century, the social re-engineering that these events entailed made Athens develop into a democratic polis, one in which no political faction linked to one particular family, with the support of regional networks and partisans coming from one area of Athens, could easily overtake power. Clisthenes himself and many members of his family had at turn either abused power or been victims of abuse in an ever-ending rivalry among powerful aristocratic clans relying on the local support groups and political factions called eterie. Through his reforms, Clisthenes completely reorganized and shuffled the formation of the demes, the local civic divisions, and the tribes, including in each tribe people coming from the 3 different main areas of Attica, the city center, the villages, and the coast. By dismantling the direct groups of influence that represented the old Athenian tribes at a regional level, from which the aristocracy drew their political clientele, and by opening up public representation in the council, the law courts, and most archonships to the maximum through selection of all citizens by lot instead of election by vote, he changed the focus of the constitution to the multitude in a way that made it difficult for the elites to control politics. In the new democratic regime, excuse me. The institution of ostracism, created also by Clisthenes, reserved to the people the right to expel from the city prominent figures considered dangerous for democracy. This measure, which we find strange according to our sense of justice, since those exiled for 10 years had committed no crime, nor were even accused or tried for one, was clearly designed as an alternative measure to the reality that Clisthenes himself and many among his peers before him had experienced so often in Athens. The danger of one individual seizing power by force, murdering and exiling his competitors, while the aristocratic families were fighting each other to extinction. From now on, the people would decide, by a vast majority, if a political actor represented a risk to stability and had to be temporarily removed from the city to appease political tensions and avoid bloody stasis. The new system of governance relied on isonomia, equality of all before the law. Homicide was tried in no less than 5 different law courts, depending on whether it was intentional or unintentional and if the victim was an Athenian or not. Other crimes, including sacrilege, were tried by the great popular court of the Ilia, consisting in more than 6,000 members by more than 500 jurors sitting at each chamber, selected by lot among the members of the new 10 tribes instituted by Clisthenes through a sophisticated mechanism, you see here the one kept at the Agora Museum, which ensured both the random selection of jurors and the constitution of the court from all parts of society, and not only from the upper strata, as in the case of the 300 jurors of the Alcmeonid trial, who may have been, as aristocrats, less than objective against a rival family. Clisthenes even abolished the use of old family surnames like his own, the Alcmeonids, resonant of power and prestige, substituting for them with the dim provenance of each citizen, giving equal chances of distinction due to one's own merit and not through one's family provenance. In conclusion, paradoxically, democracy, the only form of government founded on the rule of people, created by an aristocrat, can also be seen as an act of self-preservation of the Athenian elite, whose members have often suffered decimations and exiles by their peers. Seen in its entirety and in its unforeseen consequences over several generations, the Chelonian conspiracy was a defining moment of Athenian history, a traumatic event leading to the transformation of Athens into a democratic polis. A long and often violent and painful process, the victims of which may lay among the Via Thanati buried at the Phaleron Bay. Thank you.
So, better? Yes. Okay. Thank you very much for your very nice and fascinating talk. We will discuss it at the end of the section. And now we will listen to Professor Winfried Schmitz. He worked as a research assistant at the Free University of Berlin from 1985 until 1989. He has also a presentation. In 1996, he received the prize of the Association of German Historians for his habilitation at the University of Freiburg with a thesis on neighborhood and village community in archaic and classical Greece. Afterwards, he was professor of ancient history, first at the University of Bochum, then at the University of Bielefeld, and from 2003 until 2025 at the Rheinische Friedrich-Wilhelms University of Bonn. His research interests focus on archaic and classical Greece, the laws of Draco and Solon, of which we heard already so much in this talk, Attic democracy, ancient Sparta, Greek family history, ancient slavery, and also early Christian epigraphy in the northwestern provinces of the Roman Empire. And now I leave the stage to you.
Yes, thank you very much to Katharina Nebelin. I can continue directly to the lecture of Athina Dimopoulou. And the title you see here, The Athenian Democracy, a Constitution Won by the People or an Accident in History. My first point is the fall of the tyrant. In the year 510, the tyrant Hippocrates, and I can show you the dates here, the tyrant Hippias was overthrown and expelled from Athens. His tyranny had been lasting for 17 years. He had taken over the reign from his father Pisistratos, who for the first time had tried to seize power by occupying the Acropolis in the year 560. 2 times he had been banned by an alliance of his opponents. 2 times he had managed to regain power in Athens. One of the most well-known families that had been expelled by the tyrants were the Alcmaeonids. Several times they had tried to gather other banished around them in order to return to Athens, but again and again were defeated. Finally, the expelled Alcmaeonids managed to persuade the Spartans to free Athens from the tyranny. The Spartan king Cleomenes led his army to Attica and besieged Hippias in the so-called Pelasgic Wall, a castle complex at the northwestern slope of the Acropolis. In the end, besiegers and besieged made an agreement. The Pisistratids could leave Athens within 5 days if they left the Acropolis. After half a century, it is said to have been 49 years, the Athenians were freed from tyranny. As soon as a tyrant had been overthrown, the former aristocratic rivalry broke out again. The leading men were fighting for power, as Herodotus concisely states in his Historiae. Initially, the nobleman Isagoras succeeded. For the year 508-507, he was elected archon, the highest public office. His opponent was Cleisthenes from the family of the Alcmaeonids. Although the family had stood up so vigorously for the fall of the tyranny, again it was in danger to be politically marginalized. It were such occasions on which events were often getting out of control in early Greece. Succinctly, the Athenian constitution of the Athenians states, after Cleisthenes had been defeated by the political alliances, he got the people on his side and transmitted the constitution, the politeia, to the mass, to the pletos. Cleisthenes broke the usual rules of political action by trying to circumvent the leading families and their power of deciding in political questions. He was defeated by Isagoras, who called for the help of the Spartan king Cleomenes again and persuaded him to give military support. This was done under the pretext that the Alcmaeonids had to be regarded as tainted due to a former curse. We have heard it in the lecture of Athina Dimopoulou. As it has been an Alcmaeonid who had acted against Cylon and his supporters 130 years ago, when they had tried to establish a tyranny, Cylon's supporters were seized and some of them slaughtered like sacrificial animals at the altars of time-honored goddesses, the Semnae. Because of this sacrilegious act, the Alcmaeonids were henceforth considered to be under a curse. Now, in the year 508-507, Isagoras used the conviction and the cursing of the perpetrators in order to politically switch off his opponent Cleisthenes, who was a member of the cursed Alcmaeonids, by asking Sparta for help. Again, the Spartan king led an army to Athens and is said to have displaced 700 families who had supported Cleisthenes. At that time, Cleisthenes himself had fled already. In order to stabilize the situation in favor of Isagoras, a council of 300 of his supporters was planned to be installed, out of which the official positions should be filled. But the existing council defended itself against this. The Spartan Cleomenes and Isagoras were forced to retreat to the Acropolis. For 2 days they were being besieged there. On the third day, under contractual agreement, the besiegers let the Spartans go and called for Cleisthenes and the other expellees to return. Isagoras' supporters fled to Eleusis, today Elefsina, a settlement in the western part of Attica, but they were arrested and executed, bound in shackles. This is like we have seen it. As it was common practice with cursings, their bones were ravaged, their assets were confiscated, and they were sentenced to death. Their conviction and cursing were memorialized in a bronze stele that was erected on the Acropolis. In the end, as the Aristotelian constitution of the Athenian states, I quote, political matters, pragmata, were in the hands of the people, and Cleisthenes was a leader and the head of the Athenians, out of quote. Until 508-7, political action was aristocratic action. The protagonists came from respected and rich families with a long tradition, were members of the Alcmaeonids, the Peisestratids, the Philaids, or other families. The nobles consolidated their power by marriages, relations of hospitality, alliances, or recruited mercenaries. In the years after the fall of the tyranny, the central point of political debates was the position of the archon, which at first Isagoras had gained, and the council, which obviously was a decisive political weight in this still completely aristocratic order. Until that time, the common people played only a passive role. Democracy did neither exist as a concept nor in reality. My second point, Solon, the Council of the 400 and the Areopagus. In order to understand the political significance of Cleisthenes' reforms for the emergence of the Athenian democracy, we must first briefly consider Solon's reforms. Although his reforms provided an important basics, he was not, as some ancient authors claim, the founder of democracy. By abolishing debt liability, Solon had made many Athenians to free persons again and freed them from debt bondage. They were allowed to attend people's assemblies and take part in the court again. However, at the same time, by introducing property classes, Solon made sure that higher offices could only be filled by members of the Athenian elite, the Pentacosiomedimnoi and the Epes. Zeugitae, that is well-off farmers with more than 200 units of produce, were allowed to fill lower official positions. Thetes, with lower produce, could only take part in the People's Assembly and the court, the Heliaia, and had no active influence in politics. By this, Solon had generated a democratic order in which the important possibilities of action were reserved for nobility. This monopoly of political power in the hands of the elite was disrupted by Cleisthenes and his reforms. But how did he transfer political power to the mass and put political matters into the hands of the people? To be able to understand what happened, we must first take a step back. Already immediately after Kylon had tried to install a tyranny around 630, there had been the first verdicts against Kylon's followers by the court that assembled in the Prytaneion and presumably consisted of the 9 archons. In 621, through Dracon's famous law on homicide, in a kind of appellation ephesis, it was again decided on the killings in this controversial political scandal, but now by a significantly larger committee of 51 ephetae who belonged to nobility. When even that did not bring peace to the Athenian upper class, Solon had judgment held for a third time around 600 BC, now with 300 judges from respected families in order to decide on the guilt of these who had killed Kylon's supporters at the altars or had ordered them to be killed. They were found guilty of slaughtering Kylon's supporters, cursed, and their assets were confiscated. They had to leave Attica, were not allowed to be buried there, and the bones of the dead were removed from the graves. The court appointed by Solon met at the site of the event at the foot of the Areospagos, the bare rock, directly beside the sanctuary of the Semnai, where Kylon's supporters had been slaughtered like sacrificial animals at the altars. You see here the situation of the Areopagus, and the place where the court sat was this place. I think this place. And the rocks there was the place where the sanctuary of the Semnai laid. Thus, in order to pacify the tense political situation that affected the complete Athenian upper class, the court that decided on cases of homicide had been enlarged several times, from the Prytaneion, with perhaps 9 members, to the 51 ephetae, up to the court consisting of 300 noble Athenians assembling at the foot of the Areopagus. This is testified by the Solonian amnesty law that expressly excludes from an amnesty those who had been sentenced and banned by the Prytaneion, the ephetae, and the Areopagus for establishing a tyranny, for homicide, or manslaughter at the altars. At the court at the foot of the Areospagos had proved its worth and, finally, had pacified the civil war-like situation in Athens, the court was established as a permanent institution. With that, from the court at the bare rock, this is the meaning of Areospagos, for the atonement of the crime committed in this place, the Areopagus as a court of justice had emerged. Both the fact that the sources for Kylon's attempt to establish a tyranny do not mention the Areopagus, and that according to Plutarch's explicit statement, the Areopagus was not mentioned in Draco's law, support Plutarch's statement that most authors, as he said, claim that only Solon had established the Areopagus. Like the well-known British historian Peter Rhodes, many ancient historians tend to regard the Areopagus as an old council of the nobles whose origins are lost in the darkness of history, and the Boulae as a second council newly installed by Solon and opposed to the Areopagus. However, in my opinion, the Boulae was an old council of the nobles originating from pre-Solonian time, and the Areopagus was a court of justice newly established by Solon and not vice versa. Because we can assume that the Athenian Senate, in which the noble Athenian families were represented, assembled in a central place, and that is the Agora, and not in an eccentric position at the foot of the Areospagos. Thus, in my opinion, the Boulé and not the Areopagos was a decisive committee in which political decisions were made in the 7th and 6th century. In this case, we have to ask the questions how the members of the Boulé, the political council on the Athenian Agora, were appointed in the period before Cleisthenes' reform in 508-507. The Aristotelian constitution of the Athenians and Plutarch's Solon biography only tell us that since the time of Solon, each of the 4 phylae appointed 100 members. An important hint, however, is provided by the lost beginning of the constitution of the Athenians as preserved in imperial and Byzantine lexica. In this fragment we read, in the past, before Cleisthenes carried out the Phyle reform, the Athenian people were divided into those who cultivated the land, the Georgoi, and those who dealt with public affairs, the Demiurgoi. Aristotle reports the following in the Athenaion Politeia. They, this is the Athenians, were divided into 4 phylae, thus imitating the seasons. Each phyle was divided into 3 parts, so that there were 12 parts in all, as many as months in the year. These were called tritue or phatria in the text. It must be fratria. 30 gene were assigned to each fratria, as many as days in the month. The Georgoi are those who cultivated the land, and the Demiurgoi those who dealt with public affairs, demia erga, for the people. Thus, in the period before Cleisthenes, a strict separation is said to have existed between those who did agricultural work and therefore had no opportunity to engage in politics, and those who dealt and could deal with public affairs, as they had free farm laborers or slaves who worked for them on the fields. Only in this political sense the term demiurgoi can be understood here. Thus, the division into Georgoi and demiurgoi in Athens suggests that until 508-507 the rural population had no or only a small share in political affairs. We are dealing with an aristocratic constitution, with a division of the Athenians into peasants and politically engaged persons, being followed by the explanation that in pre-Cleisthenic times the Athenians had been divided into 4 phylae, 12 tritues and fratries, and 360 families genae. We have to understand this division as a political one as well, and in addition in an explanation of the division into Georgoi and Demiurgoi. This indicates that before 508-507 the council was summoned by the genae, the noble families. We can therefore reconstruct the constitutional development of Athens in the following way, at least as a model. Profound political reforms can be traced back to Solon. He objectified the appointment of the officials based on noble descent and wealth by introducing the 4 property classes. Holding an office was restricted to the social elite. The highest offices were filled with members of the Hippeis and the Pentakosiomedimnoi, whereas the Zeugitai could fill lower office. We do not exactly know how the members of the Boulé were determined in pre-Solonian times, but it is highly possible that each one of the 360 families initially appointed 1 member of the council, and as the Athenians had imitated the seasons of the year and the months, formed the council committee that took care of day-to-day business. An important innovation that resulted is a stronger rotation of the council members can be traced back to Solon. Every year he had 40 candidates for the higher offices be pre-elected in the phylae. when they moved up to the council after their term of office and were council members for another 9 years, the term of office, Arshane, sums up to 10 years in total. Afterwards, they would have leave the council and younger aristocrats had the possibility to succeed. Such a model can be based on the statement of the constitution of the Athenians, often puzzling to researchers, that in early times the Athenian had filled official positions at first for a lifetime and later for 10 years. If the 40 office holders their 1-year term in office was followed by a 9-year membership in the council, the committee consisted of 360 and with a 40 office holder of the following year, 400 members. Thus, ancient sources could be right in claiming that Solon had established the Council of the 400 if they mean that he had determined the number of councilmen to exactly 400 members. While Solon restricted the membership in the politically acting council to 10 years, a membership in the Areopagos was for a lifetime. So when the Boulé decided in political matters, the council assembled in the council building at the Athenian Agora, and when the Boulé decided an indictment on tyranny or intentional homicide, the council met at the foot of the Areospagos and decided in a court of justice. In 508-507, when Cleisthenes fundamentally changed the council's composition and the appointment of its members, the previous procedures for the Council of the Areopagos was retained. After their term in office, holders of higher and the highest offices joined the Areopagos for a lifetime. Solon's aim may have been to diffuse the fierce competition among the aristocratic families on the filling of the offices and the council by introducing new rules. He did not create a council of 400 anew, but formed from an old council, Boulé, of nobility, a council with exactly 400 members by having 40 candidates pre-elected every year, who were then lotted into all the higher offices. Lotting the highest office holders out of 40 candidates made it easier for the ones not considered to accept the decision because they had not been outnumbered by peers. Lotting itself is not a democratic element. If my model is correct, the Boulé is to be seen as an old council of the nobility, which in its composition corresponded to the Roman Senate, to which the former holders of curule offices and later also aediles and tribunes of the people were promoted. In essence, it was the former archons and other high officials who ascended to the Council of 400. Until the reforms of Cleisthenes, Athene's political order was thoroughly aristocratic. Members of the rich and prestigious families filled the higher offices, decided as councillors in the Boulé on all political matters, and decided as a court at the Areospagos on tyranny and homicide. In addition, the Areopagos checked the requirements of the appointment to a high office and demanded accountability at the end of an office term. It was this elite that consisted of several hundred persons who sat at the levels of power. The rural population could only fill lower offices, and like the Thetes, they could attend people's assemblies and people's court. The function of the people's assembly, however, was only an acclamatory one. Now my third point, the reforms of Cleisthenes. With Cleisthenes' reform, the possibilities of political action for nobility changed fundamentally. The old aristocratic council, with a membership restricted to 10 years, was dissolved. It was replaced by a council of 500, which was now recomposed every year and whose members were part of the council for only 1 year. In order to allow such a rotation, a significantly broader base of recruitment was necessary, so that from then on also Zeugitae must have been eligible for counseling and made up a large proportion of the councillors. Cleisthenes involved the local demes in order to be able to elect the councillors from a wide range of classes and from the village communities throughout Attica. At the same time, in doing so, he wanted to dissolve old power blocks and put an end to regional dependencies on individual gene families. That is why he enlarged the number of districts, the phylae, from 4 to 10, and the number of sub-districts, the tritius, from 12 to 30. From then on, the councillors were elected directly in small regional units and in proportion to the number of citizens living there. The election of the office holders as such was not changed fundamentally by Cleisthenes. Out of 100 candidates, still 10 per phylae, the archons, the treasurers, the poletae, and so on were appointed. At least the archons still had to be members of the Pentacosiomedimnoi or the Hippeis, which is the richest Athenians. Now we understood what it meant that Cleisthenes, according to the constitution of the Athenians of Aristotle, gave the constitution into the hands of the people. For the first time, the Zeugitae, a middle class of citizens, were allowed to the council. In the numerous, now institutionalized village communities, the demes, the councillors were elected on a local level for only 1 year. Now the appointment of the councillors was completely separated from the election of the office holders. The exercise of a high office no longer led to admission to the council, but only to admission to the Areopagos. At first, the Areopagos, with its specific jurisdiction, stayed untouched and was therefore regarded by later contemporaries as an institution of the nobility. Archons who had gained experience as a magistrate presiding over a court were admitted to the Areopagos after having successfully given an account. But the power of the Areopagos was limited, as it was a specific court and not a politically acting council. It only convened at the foot of the Areopagos if a lawsuit had been filed for tyranny or intentional homicide, an objection had been submitted against the candidate for an office, or account had to be given after a term in office. With that, the conditions for political actions had changed radically. In the view of a term in council of only 1 year, a continuing political strategy, at least intended for a medium duration, could no longer be pursued. Now, nobles and their supporters had to find other ways to find support in the council and the People's Assembly. With this reform, Cleisthenes turned an aristocratic system with the council at the center of political controversies into a political system based entirely on the majority principle of an unconnected crowd of 500 people. At every meeting of the council and every decision, the proponents had to win a majority in their favor, and inevitably the popular assembly gained greater weight. It was no longer simply presented with a proposal of a dominant group in the council for approval, but with a proposal that an ambitious Athenian had brought to the council and for which he had won a majority among the 500 council members. Afterwards, this proposal was presented to and discussed in the People's Assembly, and the result of the voting was completely open. Cleisthenes' reform may not only be understood as a reform of the phylae, like it is usually done, through which the number of districts was raised from 4 to 10 and the number of sub-districts rose to 30. In fact, it was a radical reform of the council, whose members from then on were elected directly in the demes, to which the peasant population, the Zeugitae, were allowed, and in which therefore the weight of the nobility was substantially limited. because there weren't that many nobles who could have been elected to the Boulé year after year. From this other perspective, the statement in the constitution of the Athenians that Cleisthenes had brought the people on his side and transferred political power to the mass may be regarded as true. When asking for a reason for this reform, the assumption that as Cleisthenes had met requests of the peasant population for political participation, as it is implicated in many evaluations of this reform, has to be rejected as unlikely. For the period before 508-507, there is no evidence in the sources that the lower classes were politically active. The people have not fought for democratic rights and political participation. Another scenario is significantly more plausible. That is, that Cleisthenes felt deprived of the fruits of his and his family's success. As Archon, his ancestor Megacles had stood up to defeat Cylon's attempt to establish a tyranny, but years later, in the court summoned by Draco, his followers had to stand trial for having killed Dracon's supporters. Solons forced them to appear in a court of 300 members of the Athenian elite. They were found guilty for slaughter at the altars, cursed, and banned from Attica. In the 6th century, the Alcmaeonids fought without effort for an appropriate position of power, but were defeated by the tyrant Pisistratos several times. The Alcmaeonids had to go into exile once again. The tyrants used their dominant position of power to expel their political opponents from the city-state and enforce their power in the Council of 400. Because also after the fall of Hippias, so if Pisistratos and Hippias had expelled political opponents by votings in the council, and through this had managed to enforce their basis of power in the council in the long term in such a way that other aristocratic families saw no more chance to change the balance of power, then it was obvious for Cleisthenes to change the conditions of political actions fundamentally. Especially as Isagoras, with Sparta's help, was attempting to ensure the power in essence to him and his supporters from then on in the long term, by recomposing a council with 300 of his supporters and filling the offices with his followers. If it was impossible to achieve a balance between the individual noble groups in the composition of the Council of 400 and to reach politically viable compromises in the Council, then the goal had to be to generally prevent the long-term formation of power. Cleisthenes implemented this by changing the method of appointing councillors, increasing the number of eligible councillors and limiting their term of office to 1 year. So a person could no longer rely on a solid number of supporters in the council. From then on, every applicant had to fight for a majority in the council and in the People's Assembly from time to time. Cleisthenes had not intended to install a democracy. He wanted to avoid inner aristocratic conflicts in the council. In order to reach this goal, he had to deprive the council of its function as a political player and give it the function of a third independent body in the sense of the German sociologist Georg Simmel. To achieve this, however, it was necessary to put it on a much broader footing and encourage the peasant population to become politically involved. The mixing of the locally elected councillors, who were classified according to the regions of town, inland and coast, made it considerably more difficult for members of the noble elite to influence the election of councillors through social dependencies. From then on, politics in essence followed completely different rules. Thus, Cleisthenes' reform was an important step towards democracy. With this reform, the Athenian constitution took a completely different, almost opposite path compared to the Roman Respublica. In the Roman Senate, processes had developed that forced the nobility to reach an agreement. A consensus system had emerged in the Roman Senate. Only after a consensus within the nobility had been achieved, the unanimous decision was presented to the People's Assembly, that then had no other choice than to consent. Those prepared to make a compromise could rely on being preferred in a later decision. Such postponed compensation had to be trained intensively by confidence-building measures. With the reform of Cleisthenes, the Athenian Council lacked all the prerequisites for this. Instead of a consensus process, the Athenian chose a majority vote at a very large group of voters, with all the disadvantages that a majority voting had. So it were not the Athenian citizens who had demanded and fought for democratic rights. It had rather been the inability of the Athenian aristocrats to establish stable aristocratic rule. My last point, Cleisthenes' reform and the end of aristocratic domination. From a world historical perspective, the Athenian people had extraordinary political power. With Cleisthenes' reform, the Council of 500 and the People's Assembly had become institutions that made political decisions. Never before so many citizens had engaged so intensively in the political field. Until 508-507, the aristocratic council, the Boulé, had been the reference point for the political action of the elite. Cleisthenes' reform shifted the power to a council that was reorganized every year and to the People's Assembly. The common people had not fought for this extensive political participation. The old Council of 400 had failed to inadequately reconcile conflicts between the individual groups of nobles and to establish an inner unity and integration. Instead, individual nobles had tied supporters to themselves in order to gain power in the long term. That is why Cleisthenes' reform aimed at a council that was less dependent on such groups of nobles, a council that in interaction with the People's Assembly formed a third body for the competition between the nobles. The old Council of 400 lacked strategies for including groups that had been inferior in political decisions. Because the tyrants had been in power for a long time, and afterwards the group around Isagoras was about to dominate the others, Cleisthenes saw isonomia as the only satisfying solution which offered for all political players the same preconditions. The nobles, at least the inferior ones, were careful to ensure that political power was not monopolized by one group. With his reform, Cleisthenes made a decisive step to separate, to a large extent, political participation rights from social preconditions. For the Athenian democracy, this is also a decisive aspect. The period after 508-7 was characterized by a constant change of archein and archestai, of ruling and being ruled. By admitting the Zeugitai to archonship in the year 457-6 by Pericles, this also applied to high offices. From then on, becoming a member of the council, attending the People's Assembly and holding a political office was no longer linked to wealth, origin, or education, but only to citizenship. So Euripides lets Theseus say in his tragedy The Suppliants, I quote, "For the city is not ruled by an individual, it is free. The people, the demos, hold office in turn, year after year, not giving precedence to the rich, but giving equal rights to the poor." If my model presented here is accepted, then Cleisthenes is to be regarded as a decisive enabler of democracy. He dissolved the council, the heart of the aristocratic constitution, and replaced it by a people's council. In Rome, not even the Gracchi had dared to do this. Over the activities in a council that was recomposed every year, political power could not be exercised in a long term, nor could a form of domination be established. Even though in the beginning the political players were still nobles who actually held the most important offices. Through the reform of Cleisthenes, the constitution received more democratic possibilities, as the ancient historian Jochen Martin expressed it. After Cleisthenes' reform, the political players were initially still members of the elite, but now they were more dependent on the approval of the people, who were no longer restricted to acclamation, but made political decisions. This reform made the direct participation, which was exercised directly in the council as well as in the People's Assembly, a hallmark of Athenian democracy. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Schmitz. Now it's time for the talk of Heinz Bartha. We heard of him yesterday. He was introduced to us by the Austrian ambassador, and we heard his first talk also yesterday. So today I will just say a few things about him. As you might remember from yesterday, he was born in Upper Austria and then went to Innsbruck to study law, and he stayed more or less his entire life there in Austria, teaching as a professor of civil law. And we saw yesterday also his big 4-volume work on Greca non leguntur, which is also the title of his talk today. So please, Professor Bartha, you may start.
Thank you very much. Danke vielmals noch an alle Organisatoren und Helfer dieser Tagung und bitte um die Entschuldigung, dass ich meinen Vortrag in Deutsch vorzutragen versuche. Das Englische ist in manchem doch sehr ungenau und ich möchte also diesbezüglich doch die Genauigkeit vorziehen. Ich darf zunächst darauf hinweisen, dass mein Thema lautet Greca non leguntur. Ich habe dieser Aussage immer ein Fragezeichen hinterhergestellt, weil ich nicht der Meinung bin, dass das Griechische unbeachtet bleiben sollte, ungelesen bleiben sollte, vielmehr sehr beachtet werden sollte, was die Rechtsentwicklung anlangt und das Entwickeln der Demokratie. Und der Zusammenhang dieser Bereiche ist ja evident und wurde durchaus vielfach behandelt. Was ich noch vorweg sagen möchte, wir haben jetzt sehr viele Fakten gehört. Erstaunlicherweise im Zusammenhang mit der Demokratie sehr wenige Werte. Ich glaube also, und bin überzeugt davon, dass die Entwicklung der Demokratie sehr wertorientiert erfolgt ist. Und gerade was die Wertorientierung der Demokratie anlangt, ist, glaube ich, im Verhältnis von Solon zu Cleisthenes manches vielleicht noch zu korrigieren. Cleisthenes dürfte nicht der große Wertorientierer gewesen sein. Vielmehr ist auch der Geschichte zu entnehmen, dass Cleisthenes den Reformen und Werten des Solon gefolgt ist und die solonische Verfassung wiederhergestellt hat. Er war zweifellos aber ein großer Organisator. Ich darf also in Bezug auf meinen Vortrag festhalten, es geht mir um den Einfluss des Rechts und den Einfluss rechtlicher Errungenschaften und Voraussetzungen beim Entstehen der Demokratie, der demokratischen Entwicklung. Und ich darf bei dieser Gelegenheit vorweg wenigstens erwähnen, mehr wäre kaum möglich, dass ich im Rahmen meiner Publikationen im Hinblick auf das Heranziehen von Quellen unüblich weit gegangen bin, was manchen wahrscheinlich nicht gefallen wird. Aber ich habe auch in meiner Publikation Demokratie als kulturelles Lernen die Evolutionsbiologie herangezogen. Und es ist ja immerhin erstaunlich, dass man das bisher nicht gemacht hat, zumal die Evolutionsbiologie die Grundeinsichten liefert, wie der Einzelne sich in Gruppen verhält, wie die Gruppe zum Einzelnen, und die heikelste Beziehung der Evolutionsbiologie ist ja die Beziehung zwischen den Gruppen. Ich darf nur ein Ergebnis berichten, da gibt es natürlich wesentlich mehr. Aber jedes Gruppenmitglied einer Gruppe, jedes Gruppenmitglied glaubt, dass es besser ist als jedes Gruppenmitglied der anderen Gruppe. Also ich glaube, dass allein dieses Faktum zeigt, das ist also nicht meine Erfindung, sondern das Ergebnis der Evolutionsbiologie, dass also die Evolutionsbiologie vielleicht doch stärker bei der Demokratieforschung herangezogen werden sollte. Aber wie gesagt, es gibt da mehr zu berichten, aber ich beschränke mich vorerst mit diesem Hinweis. Ein zweiter Hinweis vorweg: In dem mir übermittelten Thema meines Vortrags scheint der Begriff Rechtsstaat, Rule of Law, auf. Ja? Und ich möchte sagen, dass ich diesen Begriff nicht in einem modernen, strengen verfassungsrechtlichen Sinn verstehe, sondern in einem weiten Sinn, wie er wohl dem historischen Verständnis entspricht, im Sinne einer wohlgeordneten Gemeinschaft durch Recht und überhaupt Gemeinschaftsregeln im weitesten Sinne. Was ich noch meinem Thema voranstellen möchte, ist zumindest ein bisher nicht erwähntes Zitat des großen Aeschylus. Aeschylus sagt in einem verlorenen Stück, wir wissen gar nicht, wie dieses Stück geheißen hat: Wenn Macht und Recht in einem Joche gehen, welch Zweigespann kann stärker sein als dieses? Ein Zitat der Rechtsstaatlichkeit, das von derartiger Fundamentalität ist, dass es also selbstverständlich auch heute noch den Sinn und die Tiefe der Rechtsstaatlichkeit in einer viel entwickelteren Gesellschaft wiedergibt und spiegelt. Also dieses Aeschylus-Zitat, man kann das also nur grob einschätzen, um die Mitte des 5. Jahrhunderts, etwas davor oder allenfalls knapp, aber viel danach kann es also kaum gewesen sein, stammt, ist doch sehr tiefblickend. Also Aeschylus war offenbar wertorientiert und diesbezüglich eher Solon zugewandt als dem Kleisthenes. Ja? Also so meine Einschätzung. Das ist auch eine gewissermaßen Umschreibung der solonischen Eunomia, die hier im Sinne der Rechtsstaatlichkeit, des Rule of Law, gegeben wurde. Ich habe schon gestern bei meiner Vorstellung in der österreichischen Botschaft gesagt, dass es Aufgabe des Rechts und als Aufgabe des Rechts anzusehen ist, dass es gewisse Voraussetzungen geschaffen hat, um überhaupt Demokratie entstehen zu lassen. Ich möchte noch einmal darauf hinweisen, ganz kurz mich also wiederholen, aber das Entstehen und das Herausentwickeln der Person in der Archaik war ein ganz entscheidender Vorgang, der gesellschaftlich stattfinden musste. Was die Geschichte viel zu wenig beachtet, ist, dass das Individuum, der Einzelne, überhaupt erst geschaffen werden musste, weil er sehr lange in diesem uns verständlichen Sinne nicht existiert hat. Der Einzelne war Familienmitglied, war Verwandtschaftsmitglied, der aber repräsentiert wurde von den typisch also indoeuropäischen Vaterfiguren, die den Oikos in Rom, die Familie, geleitet haben. Und die große Leistung des griechischen Rechts hat darin bestanden, dass man ohne Zerstörung dieser gesellschaftlichen Grundeinheiten von Familie und Verwandtschaft den Einzelnen herausgemeißelt hat, im wahrsten Sinne des Wortes, ihn autonomisiert hat und ihn mehr oder weniger zu einer Figur gemacht hat, die politisch auftreten und handeln konnte und auch rechtlich handeln konnte. Das ist einer der grundlegenden Unterschiede. Ich habe gestern schon darauf hingewiesen, dass die Demokratie überhaupt nur in Griechenland entstehen konnte und nicht in Rom, denn die römischen Söhne und natürlich die Römer als Indoeuropäer waren auch sehr patriarchal organisiert. Die wurden überhaupt nie selbstständig, solange der Paterfamilias lebte. Man sollte das also bitte beachten. Und die vorgesehene Möglichkeit im römischen Recht aus der Patria Potestas entlassen zu werden, war eine sehr eingeschränkte, äußerst komplizierte, die für die Vielzahl der Menschen nicht von Bedeutung war. Also allein die Familienstruktur der Griechen war der römischen Familienstruktur, obwohl beide aus derselben Volksgemeinschaft stammen, deutlich überlegen. Denn die griechischen Söhne wurden zumindest im Regelfall zunächst mit 18 Jahren sowohl rechtsgeschäftsfähig als auch politisch handlungsfähig. Und damit war eine Voraussetzung geschaffen, um überhaupt also politisch und demokratisch handeln zu können. Also dieser Ansatz, der mit Drakon und Solon beginnt, ist gar nicht hoch genug einzuschätzen, um den Anfang der Demokratie möglich zu machen. Dazu kommt natürlich, dass also man kann schon sagen, und also ich muss sagen, ich wehre mich innerlich schon dagegen, gegen die vielfältigen Vorstellungen, dass man den Solon sehr stark herabzusetzen versucht und Kleisthenes aufwertet. Ich halte den Kleisthenes vor allem für einen großen Organisator, aber nicht für einen großen Wertefundierer. Wertemäßig hat er mehr oder weniger solonische Werte im weitesten Sinne wiederbelebt und aufgefrischt. Ich habe das, wie gesagt, ich war offen gestanden nicht vorbereitet jetzt, dass ich doch meine Präsentation umsetzen kann. Das hat mir niemand gesagt. Jetzt habe ich die Folien. Mir war zugesagt, dass die Unterlagen ausgeteilt werden, aber ich sehe das nicht, dass die irgendwo, die liegen irgendwo, aber ich weiß nicht wo. Ich kann Ihnen das also jetzt nur beschreiben. Um das Verständnis griechischen um das Verständnis griechischen Rechtsdenkens und der Organisation des griechischen Rechtsdenkens zu fördern, habe ich also eine Folie entworfen. Ich kann das jetzt nur, ich beschreibe das jetzt wörtlich, die ich genannt habe, das Insektenauge der griechischen Jurisprudenz. Damit ist gemeint, dass wie das Insektenauge die griechische Jurisprudenz in Segmente geteilt war, die also insgesamt dazu gedient haben, dass jedes Segment die Schärfe des Sehens, in dem Fall des juristischen Sehens, verstärkt. Das als Segmente sind zu nennen auf der einen Seite die ja im Laufe der Geschichte geradezu modern entwickelte griechische Legistik, die Gesetzgebung, die bis auf 403 schon voll entwickelt war und dann die einzelnen Schritte der Gesetzgebung wie bei uns in der Moderne gesetzlich geregelt waren. Ein zweites Segment, das natürlich im Zusammenhang zu sehen ist mit der Gesetzgebung, war die Gerichtsbarkeit, die natürlich prüfen sollte, dass die vorgegebenen Werte der Gesetzgebung, ich betone noch einmal, für die Demokratie sind wie für das Rechtsdenken Werte letztlich entscheidend, weil immer dann, wenn auch eine Regelung vorliegt, die nicht alles abdeckt, was getroffen werden sollte, auf Werte rekurriert werden muss und nicht auf Organisationen. Also Gesetzgebung, Gerichtsbarkeit und durch die Gesetzgebung, durch die frühe Gesetzgebung hat sich ein drittes Segment frühzeitig entwickelt, das üblicherweise völlig unbeachtet geblieben ist, das aber, was die Mitwirkung der einzelnen Bürger und Bürgerinnen am Rechtsleben anlangt, sehr entscheidend war, die Kautelarjurisprudenz, die höchstwahrscheinlich eine Folge der konsensuellen Gesetzgebung der Griechen war. Ich darf dazu sagen, und ich möchte das nicht verhehlen, der griechische Vertrag ist umstritten. Der wurde also zum Teil katastrophal interpretiert. Aber ich denke, dass man hier schon grundsätzlich eine gewisse neue Sichtweise pflegen muss. Ich kann aus Zeitgründen meine Details und Interpretationsschritte hier nicht unterbreiten, weil ich zu sehr ins Juristische gehen müsste. Aber ganz kurz der Hinweis. Das bisherige Verständnis, dass solonisch nur die sogenannte Vereinsfreiheit, die Vereinsgründung geregelt war, entspricht wahrscheinlich nicht den historischen Fakten. Denn die Vereinsfreiheit ist ja gewissermaßen eine Folge, eine Konsequenz und eine Spielart der Vertragsfreiheit. Und Sinn der Vereinsfreiheit war es, dass die geschaffenen Vereine künftig vertraglich tätig sein sollen. Und für die höherwertige Vertragsfreiheit sind zweifellos die gleichen Voraussetzungen anzunehmen wie für die nachgeordnete, gedanklich und wertmäßig nachgeordnete Vereinsfreiheit. Also hier gilt es eine ganze Menge noch, also gewissermaßen neu zu sehen und besser zu verstehen. Meine grundsätzlichen Überlegungen, das ist ein kleiner Schnitt jetzt, ja, meine grundsätzlichen Überlegungen sind davon ausgegangen, dass ich mir wirklich die Frage gestellt habe, am Beginn meiner Tätigkeit mit griechisch-rechtlichen Fragen, ob das wirklich aufrechterhalten werden kann, dass alles Demokratische, das Demokratische ohnehin, aber dass alles Rechtsdenken aus Rom stammt. Und ich habe gestern schon mehrfache Hinweise vorgenommen, um zu zeigen, dass diese grundsätzliche Orientierung meines Erachtens historisch nicht aufrechtzuerhalten ist. Ich habe gestern nur sehr kurz, und ich sehe, dass meine Zeit auch hier wahrscheinlich nicht ausreichen wird, um alles also darzulegen, was darzulegen wäre, aber die Orientierung Roms ist aufgrund griechischer Vorgaben erfolgt. Die Römer wären von sich aus nicht in der Lage gewesen, eine hochentwickelte Jurisprudenz zu schaffen. Ich habe gestern schon darauf hingewiesen, dass noch nachweislich nachzulesen, also bei römischen Autoren in der Mitte des 2. Jahrhunderts Roms Rechtsdenken erbärmlich unentwickelt war. Und wissen Sie, das alte, verstaubte Jus civile war nicht in der Lage, die Anforderungen zu erfüllen, die der römische Wandel um diese Zeit schon an das Recht gestellt hat. Und die zweifellos wichtige und hohe römische Entwicklung des Jus praetorium ist mehr oder weniger nur möglich gewesen, bitte nur möglich gewesen, aufgrund der Übernahme der Rezeption griechischer Einrichtungen. Ich darf auf einen Punkt hinweisen, den ich gestern kaum erwähnt habe, aber ich möchte vielleicht ein bisschen mehr sagen dazu. Ein deutscher Wissenschaftler, der dann seinen weiteren Lebensweg in Österreich verfolgt hat, Lorenz von Stein, hat 1874 einen wichtigen Beitrag geschrieben, den ich heute nach 150 Jahren das erste Mal erwähne, der von der Romanistik und von der Gräzistik einfach unter den Tisch fallen gelassen wurde. Man hat ihn nicht beachtet. Und Lorenz von Stein geht insbesondere... Sorry?
Excuse me, to open your PowerPoint.
No, no, it's not now anymore. Thank you. Ja, und Lorenz von Stein hat also versucht zu zeigen, was die historischen Voraussetzungen waren, dass Rom diese Rezeption durchführen konnte. Es ist ja allgemein bekannt, dass die römische Kultur sehr viele kulturelle Sektoren von den Griechen übernommen hat. Und es war alles andere als glaubwürdig, bisher anzunehmen, dass Rom zwar, wie gesagt, ich zähle die jetzt gar nicht auf, so viele sind es, ja, so viele Sektoren von den Griechen übernommen hat, aber rechtlich nichts. Ja. Ich habe schon auf den Gaius hingewiesen. Gaius, ein unbestritten wirklich fähiger römischer Jurist, dessen Herkunft freilich völlig also unklar ist, wie die vieler anderer Römer. Auch Ulpian war ja, wie Sie wissen, kein Römer, und andere große römische Juristen kamen auch zumindest aus einem griechischen Einzugsbereich. Und Lorenz von Stein hat vor allem eines gezeigt, dass der historische Hintergrund der Punischen Kriege offensichtlich entscheidend war, dass Rom, weil es so enorm geschwächt war, kulturell und rechtlich öffnen musste und bereit war, und der Widerstand war natürlich also durchaus beträchtlich, auch rechtlich Konsequenzen zu ziehen. Und diese Konsequenzen sind gezogen worden. Ich darf noch einmal darauf hinweisen, dass die entscheidenden Punkte der Entwicklung des römischen Rechts zu einem höheren Rechtsdenken nicht aus Rom stammen, sondern von den Griechen vorgedacht und vorentwickelt wurden. Das betrifft, um es noch einmal zu wiederholen, das betrifft auf der einen Seite den bedeutenden Richtereid, der bis ins 19. Jahrhundert bei uns in Europa in vielen Kulturen umkämpft war. Frankreich hat es nicht geschafft, nicht einmal geschafft, diese frühe griechische Lösung zu übernehmen. Preußen hat es nicht geschafft. Das ist jetzt kein Nationalismus als Österreicher. Allein das österreichische ABGB konnte wirklich eine Lückenfüllungsregelung und Interpretationsregelung schaffen, die etwa dem griechischen Niveau entsprochen hat. Und das war sehr beachtlich, denn als dritter Punkt neben dem griechischen Richtereid und dem zweiten Punkt, den ich schon gestern erwähnt habe, Platons Epikeia-Denken, ist auch natürlich die aristotelische Fähigkeit zu interpretieren zu nennen, die schon Jahrhunderte vor den Römern wirklich einen Standard geschaffen hat, der noch heute unserem Rechtsdenken entspricht. Ja? Also von Interpretationsstandards in Rom zu sprechen, wäre einfach eine Geschichtslüge, die man nicht aufrechterhalten sollte. Bei dieser Gelegenheit ein nur kleiner weiterer Hinweis, den ich gestern nicht erwähnt habe. Die gesamte Methodologie des Rechtsdenkens, bitte noch einmal, die gesamte Methodologie des Rechtsdenkens ist unrömisch. So Kleinigkeiten auch wie die Entwicklung der Rechtsgeschichte, die Entwicklung der Rechtsvergleichung, die Entwicklung der Rechtspolitik, die Entwicklung der Rechtsphilosophie und weiterer Instrumente ist griechisch. Ich darf bei dieser Gelegenheit nur einen Verdacht äußern. Platon schlägt in den Nomoi explizit vor, eine bereits institutionalisierte Rechtsvergleichung für die Polisgesetzgebung zu erzeugen, zu erstellen. Die einzelnen Polis sollten Beamte benennen, die herumfahren in den griechischen Polis, und Sie wissen, die Zahl der Polis hat je nach Zeit zwischen 700 und 1000, das war also ein enormer Einzugsbereich, und auf der anderen Seite zusätzlich die etwa bis zu 200 Koloniegründungen. Die sollten vergleichend bereist werden, um zu schauen, ob sie irgendwelche Regelungen haben, die für die entsendende Polis brauchbar und interessant sind. Ich darf jetzt meinen Verdacht präzisieren. Ich glaube nicht, dass die Unfähigkeit von Romanisten und Gräzisten so groß war, dass sie diese klaren Stellen bei Platon nicht verstanden haben. Ich halte es eher für eine bewusste Unterlassung, diese großartige Leistung, was die Methoden des Rechtsdenkens anlangt, nicht irgendwie benennen zu müssen. Das ist fast undenkbar, dass man das übergehen sollte. Aber das entspricht durchaus dem Verhalten der Romanistik. Ich habe gestern schon Beispiele gebracht, ich bringe nur kurze weitere Beispiele. Wenn Sie römisch-rechtliche Lehrbücher anschauen, die Standardlehrbücher im deutschen Sprachbereich, etwa das weiterentwickelte Kasersche römische Privatrecht, mittlerweile 21. Auflage. Ja, wenn Sie nachsehen, woher die Verschuldenshaftung kommt, die ist natürlich rein römisch-rechtlich. Ja? Kein Wort, das mehr oder weniger diese Entwicklung Jahrhunderte vorher grundsätzlich mit Drakon beginnt und dann ihre Fortsetzung durch die anderen großen der Politik und auch der Philosophie erfahren hat. Das ist, ja, man mag das bezeichnen, wie man will. Es gibt da andere Beispiele. Also wörtlich beispielsweise eine der größten Errungenschaften der Jurisprudenz ist die freie richterliche Beweiswürdigung. Dass Richter Beweise nicht nach irgendwelchen religiösen Akten wie dem Eid oder sonstigen Akten beurteilen sollen, sondern frei intellektuell beurteilen sollen, ob eine Aussage als realistisch anzusehen ist, als wahr anzusehen ist oder nicht. Wenn Sie in den entscheidenden römisch-rechtlichen Lehrbüchern nachsehen, dann lesen Sie, es handelt sich um eine der größten juristischen Errungenschaften Roms, die Rom je hervorgebracht hat. Ja? Also die Geschichtsklitterung kann sich wirklich sehen lassen, die hier am Werk ist. Und ich denke, es ist schon an der Zeit, endlich hier auch die historischen Fakten anstelle dieser Märchenerzählungen zu setzen. Und das ließe sich also fortsetzen. Ich darf bei dieser Gelegenheit nur etwas erwähnen, das kann ich nur erwähnen, dass kein falscher Eindruck entsteht. Auch die Griechen haben natürlich nicht alles aus ihrer hohlen Hand geschaffen, sondern haben aus dem alten Orient eine ganze Menge übernommen und auch wichtige Sachen übernommen. Ich darf nur kurz feststellen, die Idee des Gesetzes, des Nomos, als Gesellschaftssteuerungsmittel stammt aus dem alten Orient. Ja? Ebenso der Gedanke der Publikation, des öffentlichen Machens von Gesetzen. Denken Sie nur an die Stele des Hammurapi, die ja sehr bekannt ist natürlich diesbezüglich. Ja? Aber auch andere Ideen wie die Kodifikation, also die konzentrierte rechtliche Darstellung ganzer Rechtsbereiche, stammt bereits aus dem alten Orient. Ich darf Sie darauf hinweisen, dass Walter Burkhardt 2003 ein wichtiges Buch geschrieben hat, Die Griechen und der Orient. Dieses Buch klammert freilich das Rechtsdenken aus. Aber für das Rechtsdenken gilt durchaus Ähnliches. Und eine schöne Aussage zum Verhältnis Griechen-Alter Orient, wobei ich bitte zum Alten Orient auch Ägypten dazu zähle. Die Griechen hatten großen Respekt vor der ägyptischen Kultur und es reicht die Zeit nicht, um das alles zu erwähnen, aber man hat auch eine ganze Reihe natürlich aus Ägypten übernommen. Und Ägypten war sehr hoch entwickelt, aber genauso wie der alte Orient. Ich habe das gestern schon erwähnt. Es gab eine entscheidende Grenze, die diese alten Hochkulturen im Vergleich mit den Griechen nicht geschafft haben zu überschreiten. Das war das Verhältnis von Religion und Wissenschaft. Auch die Griechen hatten größte Schwierigkeiten, die Religion gewissermaßen in den Zusammenhang mit Wissenschaft zu stellen. Und nach großen Schwierigkeiten im 5. Jahrhundert hat man aber dann gewissermaßen mit der Tötung des Sokrates doch also einen anderen Weg eingeschlagen. Ich möchte in diesem Zusammenhang, ich sehe schon, ich komme bei Weitem nicht durch, also noch einen interessanten Aspekt sagen und Ihnen aufzeigen, wie lückenhaft die Rechtsgeschichte und viele andere Disziplinen vorgegangen sind. Der zu Unrecht vergessene Burkhard Wilhelm Leist, ein hochkarätiger Wissenschaftler, der mehr oder weniger dem deutschen Nationalismus am Ende des 19. Jahrhunderts zum Opfer gefallen ist und völlig vergessen gemacht wurde, hat ganz wichtige Werke geschaffen über die gemeinsame Vorgeschichte. Man muss sich vorstellen, das hat man nicht beachtet, der indoeuropäischen Völker im Rahmen der Auswanderung. Ich könnte das gerne, wenn es gewünscht wird, näher erklären, übergehe es aber jetzt, also im Rahmen der Auswanderung geschaffen hat. Und unter anderem geht er, und nur diesen Punkt greife ich heraus, unter anderem geht er auf das Verhältnis Athen-Sparta ein, das ich gestern schon gestreift habe, das unter anderem dadurch bestimmt war, dass Sparta, ich werde gleich Näheres sagen, wir haben gestern uns kurz darüber unterhalten, dass Sparta für, ich sage es jetzt einmal allgemein, dass Sparta dem Kollektivismus gehuldigt hat und die Einzelnen, freilich die männliche Bevölkerung, den Individualismus bekämpft hat, nicht zugelassen hat, und um des militärischen Erfolgs willen hat man mehr oder weniger den einzelnen männlichen Bürger in diese kollektivistische Sichtweise gedrängt. Während Athen durchaus auch Schwierigkeiten hatte mit dem Individualismus, aber doch einen Individualismus gefördert hat, vornehmlich auch unterlegt durch Unterstützung im wirtschaftlichen Bereich und dergleichen mehr. Aber jetzt kommt eine kleine Ergänzung. Das interessante und bisher nicht aufgearbeitete, der nicht aufgearbeitete Bereich liegt darin, ich habe gesagt, Sparta huldigte im Bereich der männlichen Bevölkerung dem Kollektivismus. Im Bereich der Stellung der Frauen hat es eine völlig andere Beziehung eingenommen. Die spartanischen Frauen waren in einer Weise frei, autonom und nicht mehr oder weniger an diese Maximen und Werte der männlichen Bevölkerung geknüpft, ja, und das ist bisher überhaupt nicht aufgearbeitet worden, also die gesellschaftliche Orientierung Spartas war total gespalten zwischen männliche Bevölkerung kollektivistisch und weibliche Bevölkerung individualistisch, und zwar hochindividualistisch und nicht nur in Bezug auf Bildung, sondern vor allem auch auf Vermögensbildung. Die spartanischen Frauen haben zu den wohlhabendsten Bürgern Spartas gehört. Ein beträchtlicher Teil aller spartanischen Vermögen und des Liegenschaftsvermögens war in Frauenhand. Also ich sage nur, das ist ein Bereich, der überhaupt erst aufzuarbeiten ist. Aber warum ist denn diese Grundlage so wichtig? Ich meine, wenn wir weltweit jetzt in Richtung demokratische Entwicklung blicken, müssen wir uns eingestehen, dass wir mächtige Gegner haben. Denken Sie an China, denken Sie jetzt an Putins Russland, die den Individualismus nicht nur ungern sehen, sondern nach Noten bekämpfen. Zu China möchte ich wenigstens einen oder zwei Sätze sagen. China als Gegensatzbereich ist insofern höchst interessant und wichtig, weil es, das ist nicht sehr bekannt offensichtlich, China hat keine individualistische Tradition. In China gab es die Weltgesellschaft, den Staat, den eigenen, und die Großfamilie. China hat keine Tradition, was Individualität anlangt. So ist es also nicht verwunderlich, dass sich mehr oder weniger in China dieser Anti-Individualismus, wie er mit Mao Zedong begonnen hat, so leicht entwickeln konnte. Also diese Grundlagenbeziehung und dieser Grundlagenkampf zwischen Individuum und Kollektiv hat heute gerade für die Demokratieentwicklung einen ganz hohen Stellenwert. Und ich darf nur dazu sagen, der Orientierungspunkt diesbezüglich wie es in der Demokratie um das Verhältnis von Einzelnen zur Gemeinschaft bestellt sein sollte, hat niemand besser beschrieben als Norbert Elias. Ich darf Sie alle ersuchen, in seinen grundlegenden Schriften nachzulesen. Und ich sage Ihnen nur gewissermaßen den Sukkus dieses Denkens. Norbert Elias, der ja hochgebildet war, er hat Philosophie studiert, Medizin studiert und wurde dann Soziologe, ja, und ist von den Soziologen ob seiner hohen und umfassenden Bildung immer scheel angeschaut worden. Aber der Sukkus des Verhältnisses von Individuum und Gemeinschaft und Gesellschaft bei Norbert Elias hat darin bestanden, dass natürlich das Individuum in der Demokratie unbedingt gefördert werden muss, aber, und da fehlt es heute gewaltig und da liegt eine tiefe Gefahr für die demokratische Entwicklung, das Individuum selbstverständlich rückgebunden werden muss an die Gemeinschaft, an die Gesellschaft. Und das gilt es heute mit Nachdruck zu fordern und ich darf damit vieles weglassend meine Ausführungen beenden und kann allenfalls, wenn es gewünscht wird, gerne mehr sagen. Vielleicht am Schluss nur noch einmal die kurze Erinnerung an dieses Zitat von Aeschylus, das die Rechtsstaatlichkeit auch im modernen Sinn so treffend wiedergibt und umschreibt, dass man sich um die Mitte des 5. Jahrhunderts, dass man die Frage, wann in Griechenland Rule of Law ernstzunehmend verfolgt wurde, zumindest um die Mitte des 5. Jahrhunderts anzunehmen hat. Wenn Recht und Macht unter einem Joche gehen, welch Zweigespann kann stärker sein als dieses? Danke.
Yes, thank you very much for your talk. Are there any questions to one of our three speakers?
Dankeschön. Darf ich die Fragen auf Englisch geben, damit die anderen verstehen, oder soll ich es auf Deutsch machen?
Wie Sie wollen, also ja.
Okay. First of all, I would like to thank you very much because it was very, very interesting, like yesterday also. And I just would like to add something to what you said, and then I have two specific questions. First of all, I think it's very important what you said about the religion, that the Greeks did not have an official religion in the sense that there was a God-given law, like Moses, for example. And this, I think, left the space for the humans to develop their own law. And of course, one of the most important principles of democracy was isonomia, which is equality before the law. And concerning Sparta, you are very right that there was diversification between the males and the females. And just to support what you said, I would like to mention Agesilaus' sister Kiniska, who was the owner of a chariot in the Olympic Games, and she won the Olympic Games. She was not driving the chariot herself, but she was the owner of the chariot, and this shows exactly what Professor Bata said, that they had ownership, which was not the case or very limited in Athens. Those were the comments. Now, the questions, what about the maritime law of Athens and Rhodes? We know the Codex of the Rhodian. Did the Romans not take that over? The Codex, the maritime law of the Rhodians and the Athenians? No, the island of Rhodes, de Insel van Rhodos, hat den Seefahrtsrecht.
Ja.
Haben das die Römer übernommen überhaupt?
Yeah, oh yes, they took it over. Yes.
Yeah, but
yes.
the well,
But,
I mean the actual they don't mention that.
I think meant is that the lex Rhodia de jactu. Yes, but probably so the meaning are not complex. Probably the lex Rhodia de jactu was not only a Greek invention; it was a Mediterranean law which was practiced from Egypt to the Old Orient and of course to the Greeks and at least still from the Romans. Yes.
And the second question is, you mentioned, of course, the influence of the Greek law to the Roman. Practically, did the Romans took that over by reading the Greek philosophers and or orators and historians, or was there even I don't know, a personal? I don't know. Did, for example, perhaps Greek lawyers go to Rome and practice and things like that? Do we know anything about that?
It was a mixture, I think. It was a mixture. Of course, the Romans read Greek philosophers, for example, Plato as well as Aristotle, for example, and there are many points in the writings of Cicero where he speaks very honorable about Greek law inventions. On the other side, Cicero was a person who took over Roman books as his own books and so on. So it's a mixture of going to the Greeks.
But were Greek teachers
and
practicing in Rome at the time?
No. The most important point was when the Greeks lost in military acts after 200, incredible crowds of Greek, very intellectual Greeks came to Rome. And and this was such a number of persons, thousands of Greeks had to go to Rome and brought them not only history and philosophy, but also legal thinking of Greek inventions. And another point, which is very important, is quite different. The Greek colonial movement started very early, in the middle of the 8th century, and it held on in the 8th century, 7th century, till the end of archaic times, in a great few, you see, and the southern part of Italy, till Naples and Sicily, was very Greek-oriented, and this part of Italy brought all the time also legal knowledge to the Romans. And I'm not the first. For example, the famous scientist Ludwig Mittai said, for example, the whole economically law of the Romans was taken over by the Romans. Yes, and the Greeks brought them also from the Megale Hellas a lot of knowledge, and even especially, for example, also the 12th Tafelgesetz, the 12th table. The 12th table, the idea of a lex, it was not a Roman idea, it was a Greek idea. The Romans didn't the leges not very much like, they had no good relation. It was a Greek invention and a Greek influence in the southern part of Italy, which brought them. Megale, Hellas, and Sicily were very important für die Übertragung des griechischen Rechts auch und der griechischen Kultur, vor allem auch der Literatur. Ich darf bei dieser Gelegenheit vielleicht auf einen Punkt noch hinweisen. Ich habe bei der Personsentwicklung eines unterlassen, möchte das aber unbedingt sagen. Ich weiß nicht, wie Sie in Ihren römisch-rechtlichen Vorlesungen gehört haben, dass der Begriff Person, Persona, Personare entstanden ist. Die Römer haben das zum Teil abgeleitet von Persona, vom Hauptwort, vom Substantiv und vom Verbum personare. Das ist aber eine Erfindung des Aulus Gellius, die völlig falsch ist. Die Ableitung des Personsbegriffes kommt nicht vom lateinischen persona und personare, das ist eine Märchenerzählung, sondern vom griechischen Wort to prosopon, das Antlitz bedeutet, Angesicht, Gestalt bis zur Person. Ja? Und das ist sehr wichtig und ich darf bei dieser Gelegenheit erwähnen, dass sich gerade die römische Ableitung des Personsbegriffs aus der Theatermaske als völlige Erfindung schon daran zeigt, die Theatermaske ist eine starre Maske, die immer gleich aussieht. Und evolutionsbiologisch gehört es zu den ganz großen Errungenschaften der menschlichen Entwicklung aus dem Tierreich, dass der Mensch fähig ist, Hunderte und Tausende feine Unterscheidungen in der Gesichtserkennung zu treffen. Also die starre Theatermaske und das Durchtönen durch die starre Maske zur Begründung des Personsbegriffes ist eine römische Erfindung, um auch diesen Bereich und diese Abstammung gewissermaßen der eigenen Entwicklung zuzuschreiben. Aulus Gellius, der auf der anderen Seite in seinen Noctes Atticae auch viele interessante und durchaus positive Hinweise auf die Griechen bringt, ist hier einem römischen Märchen aufgesessen. Ja? Das wollte ich noch sagen. Ich habe selber in meinen romanistischen Vorlesungen, die ich gehört habe als Student, hat man uns auch dieses Märchen erzählt. Das kommt aus dem römischen Persona und Personare. Ja? Aber damit ist genauso Schluss zu machen wie mit dem Hinweis auf die drakonischen Strafen, die ja Herr Schmitz schon von Jahrzehnten, was Herr Schmitz schon vor Jahrzehnten richtiggestellt hätte, aber leider kaum wahrgenommen wird oder viel zu wenig wahrgenommen wird. Vielleicht eine Frage habe ich nicht beantwortet, die Religion. Das ist natürlich also etwas sehr Wichtiges. Wissen Sie, die Religionsentwicklung der Griechen ist auf der anderen Seite etwas höchst Aktuelles in der gegenwärtigen Zeit. Ich kann das jetzt nicht, da müsste ich zu sehr ins Religionsphilosophische gehen, aber man kann eines sagen. Ich meine, zur Zeit der großen Philosophen war ja der Glaube an die olympischen Götter nicht mehr sehr lebendig. Auf der anderen Seite waren sich die Philosophen schon mit Platon beginnend bis zu Aristoteles und vor allem den viel zu wenig beachteten Theophrast, der sich ja religionsphilosophisch und religionsgeschichtlich sehr beschäftigt hat. Auf der anderen Seite waren die Griechen sich des Umstandes bewusst, dass die Religion ein wichtiger Teil für das Volk ist, also und das Volk Religion braucht. Man hat versucht, beginnend mit Platon, einen Change zu machen, gewissermaßen von den olympischen Göttern zur Stellarreligion. Planeten, etc. und so weiter, was natürlich eine auch für griechische Verhältnisse und Entwicklungen problematische Sichtweise war, weil, wie Sie wahrscheinlich wissen, der große Anaxagoras, der erste große Naturwissenschaftler der Griechen, die Planeten, also Sonne und Mond, bereits schon nicht als Götter tituliert hat, sondern gesagt hat, ja, es handelt sich doch um glühende Gesteinsmassen, also jedenfalls alles andere als lebendige Götter. Freilich hat noch im 5. Jahrhundert Anaxagoras sein fortschrittliches Denken bezahlen müssen. Er wurde zwar nicht getötet, aber er wurde aus Athen ausgewiesen und musste Athen, obwohl mit Perikles und Aspasia befreundet, verlassen. Also der Wandel von der Philosophie vorgeschlagen, von den olympischen Göttern in Richtung Stellarreligion war für das Volk auch zum Teil nur brauchbar. Und allzu weit ist man nicht gekommen. Aber ich darf vielleicht noch einen Satz dazu sagen. Wohin wird unsere Entwicklung gehen? Können wir noch, ich möchte Ihnen nicht nahe treten, aber können wir für die Zukunft, und dafür ist ja die griechische Entwicklung interessant, können wir an unserer kindlichen, persönlichen Gottesvorstellung festhalten? Oder müssen wir uns vielleicht, wir lesen ja ständig also die unglaublichsten Berichte über das Universum, seine Entwicklung. Ich meine, wenn man diese Dinge sich ansieht, wird einem ja fast schwindlig von den Vorstellungen, die da von der Naturwissenschaft vorgetragen werden, aufgrund der ganzen neuen Teleskope. Wenn man sich vorstellt, das Universum dehnt sich immer mit noch größerer Geschwindigkeit aus. Wohin? Ins Unendliche. Also diese Vorstellungen, ganz abgesehen davon, dass die Wahrscheinlichkeit, dass es andere Welten gibt, mittlerweile immer größer wird. Also wir müssen uns allmählich auch mit den religiösen Wandlungsvorstellungen, die die Griechen im 5. und 4. Jahrhundert an den Tag gelegt haben, auseinandersetzen. Danke.
Thank you very much. Are there further questions?
Ich gehe vielleicht darüber.
This is for Professor Demopoulos. Thank you so much for this really exciting presentation. I'm wondering if there were any clues that were discovered in texts that led to the excavation of the graves, or if this was quite a surprise and put together afterwards. And also if in the forensics, if any women were discovered amongst the graves. Thank you.
Actually, the first find that was in the beginning of the 20th century was a chance discovery of the 18 skeletons, and the current excavation was done in the context of the building of the new cultural center, so it was not guided by references in the sources. It was a rescue excavation, and they started digging to see if there was something important. And they found these big necropolis. Among the victims of these three groups that I have presented to you, there are no women. The sex of all the skeletons which could be identified belonged to men, with age groups ranging from 2 teenagers to most of them were in the 20s, and in one of the groups was an older individual, 50 years old, approximately. In other areas, because this necropolis contains also skeletons of many different individuals from many different times, there are also women and many different types of burials also. Some were burned in pyres, some were buried, and we have also regular burials. But it's in mixed up burial ground, meaning that it was not divided into lots and had no monuments like we have in Keramikos on top of the, the burial ground. So you could have burials in strata, some older ones, and on top of the most more recent ones. In some of the burials, there was a simple plaque called Sima without an inscription, which may have indicated that the person buried there was somebody that had been suffered a violent death. And these people, deprived of burial rights, were considered to be like cursed. And this mark served to distinguish the spot so that not others would be buried on top of them and suffer from being in contact with someone who could be like a ghost and never really rest in the underworld.
Yes. I have a short question to Athina Zimopoulou. Do you think that the court who condemned these persons is at the coast near Phaleron, or is it more probable that the court was in Athens itself and the dead were executed near Phaleron?
Actually, it's not clear in the sources because, as you know, we have parallel description of the incident from different sources, and each gives a little bit different account. And these different accounts were all recorded from Herodotus onwards, so a long time after the events, and they may reproduce variations of the story that was narrated from one generation to the other orally in Athens. So it's not at all clear if even those that were arrested and were not executed on the spot, on the altars, went through trial. We have the reference by Plutarch about some being saved by making supplication to the archon's wives, which I think is not completely unhistorical, because we have one reference for at least one wife of an archon, the Vasilina, who was the wife of the archon Basileus, who had a religious role. And perhaps we have here an echo of some kind of process that took place, because the Archon Basileus at the time was considered the one that was introducing homicide cases to the Areospagos. If a court proceeding took place and they were not simply sent to be executed, certainly I think this would have taken place in Athens. And this reference to the Archon signifies that it was somewhere in Athens, but of course there is no direct mention of the place of the trial.
Before, I have a few questions on the Kleistinian reforms, and which are really to interpret them in a way which would be relevant to our modern theory of democracy. I would like to say how much I can really tend to follow, and I'm phrasing it carefully, to follow Barta in his assessment of the state of jurisprudence in ancient Greece. And I do not only say so from a point of view of a forensic lawyer, which I am now, but also reading along the English literature on Greek legal doctrine. Now, since we had a bit of a dispute, or since there is a dispute about if they were wissenschaftlich or nicht, and if they were jurists, that is untranslatable, as I said yesterday. The English literature on ancient Greek law speaks about the doctrine, they speak about legal theory, but in this book I can't find the word science, yes, and it doesn't exist. So that's one point, and I think it does shift the perspective totally. And furthermore, I think I have this little book here edited by Paul Cartledge, and reading it along, I think it confirms the point of view of Barta. I think it's at least German historiography and legal history should take note that the English-speaking Anglo-Saxon tradition has a totally different view. Yes, and they do quote here in this little book
that difference, and they invite the continental legal historians to take note of that difference of opinion. They're inviting them into an international, more or less, dialogue on it. That's one thing said. Here, if there's one point in those disdainful assessments of Greek jurisprudence, and that is to say, when the philosophers expressed themselves on philosophy, then they were Wissenschaftler, but not if they were expressing themselves on jurisprudence. And I do find in this little book one of the finest differentiations about penology, which is the law of punishment, in Plato's thinking in the Nomoi, yes, when he sort of walks on the beaches of Crete, thinking what the law of penology should be in their ideal Magnesia, is of such a subtleness of distinguishing the need of recompense to the victim and sanction and rehabilitation of the perpetrator. That's very modern thinking indeed, and it goes on and distinguishes the question of guilt. Because at the time they suggest, if, for example, a slave or a foreigner commits a sacrilege, well, he should be whipped and he should be thrown out of the city walls naked, and let's see how he survives out there. But if an Athenian commits a sacrilege, he will be put to death because he had an education which should have taught him better. Yes, so he is concerned to be unimprovable, the Athenian, and the Athenian would be put to death. But the slave had a chance of surviving somewhere else in the wild, even though that may have been mince. So I think that is so subtle thinking, which is not just theory, but I will use this in my forensic work. At the end of the month, I have a major penal case, and I'm a defense lawyer, and this subtle distinction between somebody who could know that he was doing wrong and somebody who did not have a chance to understand this is so subtle. And how can somebody say this is not jurisprudence or this is not legal theory? I'm afraid about clastiness, and since we are running late, I just say, yes, I find it most impressive how the aristocrats of the time could preempt social rebellion against the rule of the aristocrats by introducing democratic reforms. So it's most impressive that these steps towards democracy were never upheavals and the result of rebellions, but preemptive social reforms. And simply it is flabbergasting, it needs explanation how Solon and Cleisthenes and Ephialtes, as single persons, could engage in a total sort of social engineering of society. We're shifting around the Philes and the Demes, and my goodness, I mean, they're really sort of completely forming society, which I can hardly think could be the result of one single man's work if there had not been a large consensus on these reforms. And it proves, especially the Cleistinian reforms, would prove my point that it was a very essential focus of Athenian democratic reforms to put the common good in the foreground, yes, and to organize society in such a way that the commonwealth would be the most important focus, and freedom and equality were important values, but they were rather in functions of that commonwealth. Well, lots more things to say, but we won't stand in the way of Professor Degelman now because we're running late. Thank you very much. It's been so inspiring. And
Yes. Is it okay? Yes. So, democratic decision, yes. Okay.
Also, nein, ich
Yes, we will continue with two further lectures with a little water and a coffee, perhaps. And so I will say some words about Christopher Degelmann, our next lecturer here. Christopher Degelmann is a researcher at the Department of Ancient History in Global Perspective at Humboldt University of Berlin, where he held a one-year visiting professorship until recently. He is a member of the Junge Akademie, the Young Academy at the Berlin-Brandenburg Academy of Sciences and Humanities, and of Leopoldina. He has received a scholarship from the Daimler and Benz Foundation, as well as a Hans Mayer Leibniz Prize of the German Research Foundation for the year 2024. Various fellowships have taken him to Edinburgh, to Dresden and Bonn, among other places. In addition to the political culture of Greco-Roman antiquity, his work focuses primarily on the ancient history of the body and gender, as well as the history of his own discipline. His habilitation on the political significance of rumors in democratic Athens will soon be completed. So, thank you, Christopher Degelmann, that you are here.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me, especially you, because you supported the contact. And it's an honor to be here in the motherland of democracy and speaking about this topic. I try to keep it short due to the time and start at once. Athenian democracy and its politics especially reached far beyond its institutions, laws, and magistrates we were so much discussing about in the last few hours. Norms and values, rituals and gestures, and symbols were also a central part of this vivid political culture that constituted popular government for the people and by the people in everyday life. This is why my paper is not so much focusing on politics and policies, power politics, performed and acted out in the polis organizations. Instead, I'm going to shed light on a less observed and studied dimension of democratic Athens. I'm speaking about the before mentioned political culture of Athenian democracy. But what is political culture? What does it mean? We are all frequently using the term, maybe, especially in Germany, maybe in Greece too, I hope so, the term political culture, and we describe current conditions or historical settings with it, but only with a vague idea of the concepts in mind. This is why I'm going to sketch a picture of political culture in general in the first few minutes of my talk. Afterwards, I'm going to give some examples what it meant to participate in and perform Athenian political culture at all with regard to political communication and spatial aspects of the city-state. So, my first point, what is political culture? Political culture is more than debating, decision-making, or acting according to the laws. It involves a modeling of the soft, so to say, soft dimension of a state or a society or even a nation or a Greek polis in our case. It is a complex, multidimensional system. Therefore, using an idea of cultural anthropologist Clifford Geertz, we have to learn how to read this culture. And not only its ruling class, as an ensemble of texts themselves ensembled and which are inseparably interconnected by referring to each other inescapably, suspended in webs of significance and historically transmitted pattern of meanings and embodied in symbols. A system of inherited concepts expressed in symbolic forms by means of which in which men communicate, perpetuate, and develop their knowledge about and attitudes towards life and the world. Obviously, therefore, our attention is no longer limited to actual politics, as mentioned before, decisions and actions of magistrates, generals, or even the popular assembly, for example. We are not seeking for alleged politics, trends, or tendencies in the politically ruling class, nor can we just look at the social framework or the subsystem of a political institution or formal procedures of decision-making of a polis in an isolated way. What has become the center of the study of political culture is not easy to characterize. It is about the collective mental horizon of a society like Athens, its lost world of concepts, meanings, and ingrained views. We are not merely talking of a system of moral concepts and their corresponding terms, or of a number of generally accepted convictions about the conventions and customs of a political order, but also of an entire range of images of reality, a system of making sense, so to say. That is, perceiving, interpreting, and evaluating one's immediate environment as well as the world at large. What one might call with Max Weber, nomological knowledge. Such knowledge has a normative or prescriptive side, comprising attitudes to, expectations, and standards of right and sometimes wrong behavior in a given situation. At the same time, it is also necessary and indeed by definition related to real life, providing practical or applied knowledge, patterns or templates, remedies, concepts, and even cliches for perceiving and processing reality and dealing with everyday problems. This deeply rooted knowledge is pre-theoretical and unreflected, and that makes it very hard to grasp, describe, and assess for badly documented periods of time like that of ancient Athens. What I've called nomological knowledge also conditions the socially accepted requirements for obtaining and holding high office and the rules of recruiting acceptable candidates, as well as the hopes and expectations that the given society at large places in these people, in their abilities and competences, individually and collectively. Vice versa, it is a kind or part of nomological knowledge that determined the fulfillment of such expectations by political leaders, the usual role and patterns of behavior, the construction of their public persona, their individual and collective self-image and self-understanding, as well as the means and media of presenting and profiling themselves. That is, it applies to complex dramaturgy of political action and public appearance in general. It thus affects all media, forms and levels of social interaction and communication. Once again, for the individual and the group, between the traditional elite and the new men on one side, between the demagogues, rhetors, and the demos on the other side. A political culture has by definition more than just one side. There is the, so to say, technical or rational side of politics, its surface, so to say, concrete agenda, explicit content and matter on the one hand. And there is on the other hand an expressive, ceremonial and corresponding cognitive side. It has symbolic, affective and aesthetic dimensions that together underwrite, permanently reproduce and renew the legitimation of the political system on the surface and ensure the acceptance by assuring meaning and sense. It also confirms affiliations, generates compliance and maintains a collective identity of a group. And this is a fundamental function of political culture understood as a language of legitimation. This language comprises, on the one hand, a vocabulary of images, metaphors, rituals, assumptions, and performances through which political negotiations are conducted, as well, on the other hand, a grammar, a set of conventions governing the appropriate use of this vocabulary. And the last two sentences were taken from famous Christian Meyer, which was already mentioned twice this day. In this sense, political culture constitutes a discursive environment in which power is legitimated. Furthermore, this language is instrumental not only in representing power, but also in stabilizing and even generating official practice. This is why a broad range of symbolic forms of communication has always to be part of it, regardless of culture, period, or society. Performances, games, and other variations of theatrical spectacles, festivals, and ceremonies, such as processions and other civic rituals of all kinds, which in this context also includes political forms and formal procedures of decision making. So it's intertwined both sides of political culture. It has long been acknowledged that symbolic and ceremonial, so to say, expressive functions and forms of rituals or ritualized behavior on one side, and the technical or better instrumental functioning of open-ended procedures on the other, that aim at decision making or formal enactment of decisions cannot be that's what happens when you use a dictionary. So these two parts, these two sides, cannot be compartmentalized in specific types of rational versus irrational procedure, nor can these alleged types be neatly assigned to particular stages of historical development. It is by no means only and alone in pre-modern cultures that genuine political processes and apparently rational procedures have also symbolic, ceremonial, and ritual dimensions, and that pageantry, ceremonies, rituals, and a whole range of other public performances and performative practices are even more important than in these institutions and organizations alone. These soft parts, so to say soft, it's not less important, but soft is an easy way to describe it. These soft parts of politics play a kind of special role sui generis in the language of legitimation that makes up the complex dramaturgy of politics and power. Both are also true in modern societies and political cultures in an illimitable variety of complementary or mixed forms. And here is a hint to Karl Joachim Höckelskamp, who has exemplarily pointed to all these dimensions in his work on Roman Republican politics. By this last comparison to our life today, I come to my second point on what this theoretical background means in practice, looking at ancient Athens with a special focus on public space and behavior in public. I use the contemporary orators and the comic poets who give a vivid insight in everyday life, albeit methodological challenges that I have laid aside. Frequently, I'm going to mention rumor and gossip, which were a central element of political culture and civic interaction and of my second book project. Sorry. I come to my second point, appearance and public behavior. Athenian democracy was a public affair, visibly, phaneron, discussed and performed in public by its citizens that were privileged via a restrictive law concerning marriage. In contrast, meetings in small groups at night were suspicious to oligarchic revolt or conspiracy. Vice versa, it was the citizen body and the citizen body alone that constituted popular rule at all. Their decisions after a long, intense debate reigned over all inhabitants of Attica, including women, children, methys, aliens, and slaves. In consequence, the male Athenians formed a polis that reached far beyond the walls of the city. Here's a map. But not all citizens took part in politics to the same degree. Wealthy members of the citizenry had more time to improve their political, legal, and rhetorical knowledge. Therefore, there were a limited class of politically active Athenians that more often raised their voices in the assembly and could better convince their fellow citizens to follow their suggestions, for example, also in the courts. We can address this circle as politicians or as the contemporaries as rhetors and demagogues, since they offered political advice to the demos at large. Although the Athenian polity consisted not only of the urban core, but also included numerous semi-urban and rural demes, the Piraeus alone can be regarded as another urban center, but even the inhabitants of the port had to come to the political heart of the polis on the Pnyx to participate in popular assembly. Rhetors and demagogues and the Piraeus. Already in archaic Athens, we find fortification of elevations as well as a marketplace and several buildings of public interest like temples and administration, plus a dense accumulation of dwellings. Under these circumstances, a certain habitus, in the sense of Pierre Bourdieu, developed among the citizens that one could address as urban, reaching from, for example, the expectation of water supply and city walls to leisure and strolling back to trade and public games, including competitions, processions, and festivals. But what does it mean to lead an urban lifestyle in classical Athens? I brought along some examples. As so often in the study of Greco-Roman antiquity, the principles of civic, or in our case, democratic interaction can be extracted in particular well from the negative fall of desirable forms of behavior. In the speech for Mantideus, or in defense of Mantideus, from the 390s BC, the speaker of our writer Lysias shows how individual details were combined to form an overall picture of a person. But he, the speaker, attempts to disenchant this construction precisely in the context of the examination of his moral accurateness, which was called dokimasia. Dokimasia concerns areas of life such as the treatment of relatives or the oikos, military behavior in arms, or sexual morality and observance of religious rites. The aim of such a procedure was to prove one's own character in the face of possible accusations. The procedure therefore lent itself perfectly to involving political and personal opponents in public talk. According to the testimony of the speech, Mantideus was accused of being too close to the 30 tyrants he had served in their cavalry, and in particular of family and military dismanners. The text of Lysias is generally regarded as a successful model of an etopoieia, which is concerned with the portrayal of a character, etompoiein, literally to create or construct a character. Obviously, personal enemies had tried to prevent Mantideus from entering the Council de Boulay. They spread rumors and lies to harm him. Right at the beginning of the speech, he denounces their actions as slander, diabole, and considers his opponent's statements to be mere gossip, logoi. In return, he blames his rivals, quote, who are found to take their diversion in dice or drink or the like, full stop. Generally, general misbehavior was apparently inferred from his long hair, which indicated his unfaithfulness because such a hairstyle was associated with an aristocratic attitude. The speaker countered this dangerous dynamic of associations with the following words, and here I quote in English. Surely it is by such conduct that one ought to judge who are the aspiring and orderly subjects of the state, and not to take the fact of a man swearing his hair long as a reason for hating him. For such habits, epitedeumata, at this do no harm either to private persons or to the public weal. I leave something out. Hence it is not fair, gentlemen, to like or dislike any man because of his appearance, but rather to judge him by his actions. For many who gossip little and are sober in dress have been the cause of grievous mischief, while others who are careless of such things have done you many valuable service. Quote end. The speaker's attempt to deconstruct the connection between lifestyle and loyalty to the polis clearly shows that this connection was frequently made. In Lysias, a certain look, so to say, is denounced as an indication of betrayal. The appearance, epidedeuma, in particular gave rise to speculation, but should not be used as a guideline, since both honorable citizens could be found among Athenians who lived extravagantly, and conversely, traitors could be found among men who appeared modest in particular. Accordingly, a categorically preserved lifestyle could also appear suspicious. However, one had to be able to afford this demonstrative renunciation of consumption. In this sense, ostentatious consumption and the emphasized renunciation were quite close. This is presumably a sideswipe at the Spartan-friendly supporters of the oligarchic regime who had raged a few years earlier, and in some cases presented themselves as distinctly unpretentious. After having made the experience of successfully overthrowing an oligarchic regime, something seems to have changed in the Athenian self-image, since the Pericles in Thucydides still praises the Athenians' considerations for the lifestyle of each individual and their frankness. The later pseudo-Demosthenes speech, another example, against Aristogeiton, 60 years later, or 50 years, emphasizes the connection between political space and civic lifestyle even more clearly. I quote this later, maybe. The speaker attacks the delinquent for the fact that he, unlike honest citizens, does not visit the agora for either public or private matters. He also spends no time at the barber's, in the perfumery, or any other shops where one could come into contact with him, but meanders about the agora with the intention of harming others. This makes him asocial, unsteady, and uncivilized, and therefore he knows neither compassion nor friendship or any other human emotion. If Aristogeiton had behaved according to the speaker's standards, there would be no cause for complaint. However, the implicit message is that this refusal to participate in civic communication is suspicious. It is hard to say whether this insinuation corresponded to the facts, but it is clear that even the slightest lack of willingness to participate in democratic interaction opened up all kinds of possibilities for speculations. In addition to clothing and hairstyle in our first example, this apparently even included the habitus in which they crossed the marketplace and the way you walk. Like a scorpion, I guess. It's mentioned in the last few lines. This connection culminates in the speech by Aeschines against Timarchus, in which the orator cites rumor as the main witness for his argument. This is the background. With his argumentation, Aeschines fended off a paraprespeia graphe brought by his opponent Timarchus by requesting a personal examination to prevent the plaintiff from being allowed to speak, in front of his fellow citizens. This is a dokimasia rhetoron. In the course of his remarks, Aeschines accuses his opponent of having a disgraceful character and an immoral lifestyle. Timarchus had not only taken the passive part in sexual intercourse, but had also prostituted himself, taken money for this, squandered in addition his family's wealth, and neglected his offices and duties. He thus covered many of the aspects relevant to a failed dokimasia. An honorable man does not hide, in contrast. He would rather be seen regularly in the people's assembly and let the prestige he had gained since his youth speak for him rather than any witnesses. For this reason, he also despises slander. Conversely, or vice versa, it follows that because Timarchus does everything in secret and that is no good, one cannot help but talk about him and have his reputation, his fame, reported instead of himself. Aeschines then skillfully links a man's deeds with his reputation. This fame refers to the true character of a person and is incorruptible. It's absoides. Because she, the fame, she knows how to articulate both the will of the gods and the opinion of fellow human beings without any interventions. And I quote from this long passage a shorter passus. But in the case of the life and conduct of a man, common report, rumor, public opinion, difficult to translate, this feme, which is unerring, thus of itself spread abroad throughout the city, from itself, automaton. It causes the private deed to become a matter of public knowledge, and many a time it even prophesies what is about to be. So manifest and so far from being fabricated is this statement of mine, that you will find that both our city and our forefathers dedicated an altar to common report to Feme as one of the greatest gods. According to this, Feme works on her own and has no intention other than to inform the citizens. This in turn means that she can be relied upon, as she has almost prophetic abilities, which already anticipate the jury's judgment against Timarchus. The demos in the courtroom is asked to judge guilt or innocence on the basis of rumor. Aeschines sees rumor as an important decision-making aid. He specifies the central point again in his reply to Aeschines years later, and this is only a short quote. It is a case of common report when the mass of the people, on their own impulse, automaton, and for no reason that they can give, say that a certain event has taken place. Whether this fame actually corresponded to the one outlined by Aeschines, or whether the speaker was merely trying to insinuate what the public should thought, is another matter. But he clearly did not shy away from asserting a public opinion favorable to his position. If this had not been more or less acceptable to the majority of the people, Aeschines would certainly have refrained from mentioning it in the published version of the text in order to avoid contradiction of that public or of the reading public. Even if the tendency of the gossip presented here did not apply, the way in which the rumor was modeled is still very reminiscent of what we tend to call public opinion. In any case, this strategy caught on with most of the jurors, and Timarchus was not allowed to speak. According to our sources, he did not appear again after the trial and presumably fell into athymia. At this point, not only is the double meaning of feme as reputation and talk expressed in a striking way, but it becomes clear that the term conveys an implicit idea of what we tend to call public opinion. Especially this fact of the diffuse formation of public opinion or of opinion by the public and the standardizing of power of speech may have appeared to the Athenian population in a religious guise, so the altar to feme. However, Aeschines in particular also shows that feme was produced above all in the dark interspaces of civic interaction, of civic existence, where not only men capable of governing were to be found, but also all kinds of subaltern groups. This is precisely where the speakers, alleged informations and informants came from, but they were only of limited use as witnesses. There were shops, houses and districts of the city, the agora and the demes, as well as the Areopagus, the theatre and the popular assembly mentioned where Timarchus was spoken about or where one could find out something about him. In the public sphere, the exchange of knowledge was not reserved for citizens. Rather, this type of public communication also included methys, aliens, slaves, or women and even their children sometimes. They all play their role in the speech alongside the citizens. For this reason, the formation of public opinions in this milieu did not take place according to democratic principles, not democratic in the sense of the ancients. Different rules prevailed in these demimondes than in other popular assemblies, in the council or in the courts. Subaltern members of the polis could quickly gain greater influence than in institutions, but could be sanctioned all the more quickly and harshly. Kostas Vlasopoulos coined a term for the places mentioned here between ecclesia and boule on the one hand, and the less explicitly political spaces on the other hand. He wrote of free spaces. Free spaces are spaces that brought together citizens, metics, slaves, and women, created common experiences and interactions, and shaped new forms of identity. What exactly is supposed to be free about this, unfortunately, remains unclear because the places mentioned, agora, workshops, taverns, and so on, were like the political institutions determined by rules of behavior and social control, albeit not directly by the authorities, but by informal or situational hierarchies, and therefore differently coded. It therefore makes more sense to speak of intermediate spaces or alike, because what happened there was not independent of public politics and its norms, as free suggests. On the contrary, we learn most about these places from texts that primarily stem from the institutions like law courts and theaters, so the speakers, the rhetors, and the theater plays. This shows that they are to be regarded as linked rather than segregated, not free spaces. They filled the no less political, only seemingly empty spaces between the official institutions of the polis. And this paves the way to the consideration of such places in which the political culture was performed in particular, and this is my last but shorter point. In the course of the previous section, the spaces in which people expressed themselves verbally and habitually have been discussed which also bears witness to the new spatial perspective on history. If the localities of the polis had such a strong influence on the strategies of political communication and on its own dynamics, it is worth taking a spatial look at the urban spaces in particular. In view of the variety of institutional and informal possibilities, a selection must be made as to which spaces are to be examined here, especially since these locations have now repeatedly become the subject of research from a spatial point of view. Again, Lysias, a passage from Lysias. Here's the Agora, okay. Especially Lysias, in which numerous interspaces are also addressed, is emblematic. In one of his early speeches, around 400, he shows that verbal interaction about politics could take place primarily in the vicinity of the Agora. His speaker wants to demonstrate that he is not engaged in a disgraceful trade in which a large number of swindlers operate. The speaker explains how highly frequented such spaces were. It was therefore an expected practice to spend time outside one's own four walls in and around certain places such as the Agora. The passage also shows that it was precisely this space that could also harbor dangers for one's own reputation, because you never knew who you could meet in those subworlds, as the reputation of other visitors could easily rub off. It is clear to see how other communication spaces were arranged around the marketplace, the Agora, whose political significance diminished at a growing distance. And this is the passage I read out. For each of you is in the habit of paying a call at either a perfumer's or a barber's or a shoemaker's shop or wherever he may chance to go. In most cases, it is to the tradesmen who have set up nearest the marketplace, and in fewest to those who are farthest from it. For you all in the habit of paying a call and passing your time at a shop or other. He speaks of diatribein, the hanging around, lungering. The shops, capellea and workshop agasteria mentioned here also formed small epicenters that attracted unconfirmed news about people and events almost magically. From a bird's eye view, these shops merged with the market and the political bodies to form a huge information sponge that sucked up all the news unfiltered. Here you have some spots where these agasteria and capellea were close to the marketplace. Along with these forces comes the speed with which rumors or fame comes to light. And Aeschines Scholion reveals another detail. It is said that a cult site of Feme, which was also mentioned in Aeschines, as a personified goddess, was built following the rapid news of Chimon's success in the double battle of Eurymedon, mid of the 5th century. Consequently, the phenomenon was characterized by its repeat spread and speed, which applies to both the luck of the battle and the reputation of individual actors. We hear from many authors about barbershops as a social meeting place for almost all social groups and a hub for gossip. In The Birds by Aristophanes, the protagonist asks another figure whether he has not heard about fathers talking about their boys at a barber shop. In The Nights, by the same poet, 10 years before, the youths meet to chat in the perfumery in the Myroporion. Aristophanes was not alone with his point of view. Another comedy by Pherekrates, who is somewhat older than Aristophanes, repeats the assignment of youth to the Myroporion. From a fragmentary passage, we learn how we can imagine these encounters in the respective locations, namely in a casual atmosphere on a stool in the shade of a parasol. Quote, moreover, what's got into a man that he should sit high up beneath an umbrella selling perfume, establishing a meeting place for young men to chatter on all day. From these lines, you can certainly get a good idea of the structure of such a business, despite the satirical irony through the genre. In front of the actual shop, there were opportunities to linger and sell over the counter, but also to chat. This division between a private and a public part is also well attested archaeological for other agasteria. The shop only opened towards the street, while the oikos remained oriented inwards around a courtyard. The reason for the structural design, or at least the provision of seating, was undoubtedly the wish to extend the stay of friends and customers through an attractive environment. This meant that one could not only pursue one's professional activities without neglecting one's political activities. In addition, the presence of numerous people increased the attraction for other potential buyers, and not at least further information circulating. These kinds of spaces provided contact between non-keen and people of all slightly different status, as I said before, too. Rumor moves fast because it jumps between social groups whose members already share a lot of information amongst themselves. As such, it integrates various knowledge from different parts of the society. A striking insight into these networks is to be found, for example, also in the curse tablets, the Defectiones, that often mention a whole quarter and its diverse inhabitants. I leave details out. Contemporary ideas about the relationship between private and public are implicitly negotiated there. The chat in the agasteria was a private affair in a public space, which was framed by limited seating and an exclusive round of discussions. It was precisely this private arrangement in public space that was also characteristic of the urban dimension of democracy. Like the outdoor areas of the workshops and shops, the agora was also given a dignified design for democratic idlers and beyond. Already Kimon is said to begin to beautify the place by planting plane trees and to transform it into a shady place where people like to linger. But other areas were also increasingly adapted to communicative customs over time. If one believes, for example, the Imperial News, that Lycurgus had plane trees planted in the Lyceum about a century later, in the mid of the 4th century. This addresses another space of important political communication that is located on the outskirts of the outskirts of the city, because gymnasia and palästrae were no less used for civic purposes. I promise I come soon to an end. Nowhere is the eminently political function of Athenian business clearer or articulated than in Isocrates. In this work, the author complains that before the reforms of Ephialtes in the 460s, democracy was in its heyday, while now people just hang around in the agasteria and complain about the leaders of the polis and the rule of the people itself. And yet we are quite indifferent to the fact that our polity has been corrupted, nor do we even consider how we may redeem it. It is true that we sit around in our shops, denouncing the present order and complaining that never under a democracy have we been worse governed. But in our actions and in the sentiments which we hold regarding it, we show that we are better satisfied with our present democracy than with that which was handed down to us by our forefathers. Although this speech was never delivered to a public audience and is intended to satisfy oligarchic desires, Isocrates had to provide his readership with a credible scenario, even if he interpreted the well-known democratic practice of preliminary deliberation outside the political institutions to the disadvantage of popular rule by making it the great lamentation. This view gives a clear political impression of what is happening in the shops of Athens. Isocrates tries to paint a picture of a people who are as chatty as they are phlegmatic and who are no longer really aware of their power. Nevertheless, the lines can be interpreted differently. It is also clear proof that people in the Agasteria talked about the roughly political affairs. Vice versa, the memory of better days also appears in the chatter of the accused fellow citizens, whereby they certainly demonstrated political know-how. What is even more important, however, is that Socrates attests to their fondness for ongoing conversation as part of their democratic self-image and lifestyle. In addition to the political institutions, it was above all the agora that was extremely important for democracy, because this is where all information ultimately came together before it could be comprehensively discussed in the committees. Comic poets clearly show the high relevance of the agora as a place of preliminary political consultation as early as the 5th century. It is emphasized in their verses that the agora was seen as an important meeting point where, despite this disrespectful term for the manner of communication as lalia, people could discuss political matters early in the morning before the meeting of the official institutions. Theater itself, where comedy was performed, was the best stage where one could observe the entanglement between urban lifestyle, civic communication, and religious ideas. First of all, the dramatic plays were annually performed at a certain day in the festival calendar. Best known are the Dionysia and Lenaea, which are dedicated to the god Dionysos. People from all over Attica and the whole eastern Mediterranean made pilgrimages to the city, where they could find the monumental structure that was only finalized in the mid-4th century. But very early in the 5th century, we already find an important shift from a religious to a secular focus, pointing to the social political importance of the festivals. In the Pompeii of the Panathenaea, for example, people not only experienced the overwhelming impact of religion on the polis, but also their individual place in the hierarchy of the city-state, as a member of the procession or as a bystander. Especially, comedies played an important role in the formation of public opinion too, since their authors were part of a competition to win the first prize at the event. Therefore, they integrated current rumors about politicians in their dramas in order to attract the politically interested audience in Athens. This does not only offer a vivid insight into political debates of the classical time, but also into civic interaction. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit confused because I planned a quote here, but I leave it out. On the other hand, so-called demagogues could easily read their own public image from the reaction of the audience and perhaps adjust their political profile. Also, you could read your own image in the comedies. On the other hand, the demos had its own behavior mirrored in the modeling of the rhetors of the plays. In the aftermath of every single performance, the Athenians talked about what they had seen and heard over weeks. Then, since collective entertainment like cinema and so on, TV, was limited or not existent to this area, to this epoch, and people of course were gossiping about the contents and the place itself. And here I come. Here, barber, a barber in action. Yeah, this is not from Athens, but maybe a kind of illustration. I come to a conclusion. In the repeatedly mentioned speech against Timarchus, Aeschines addressed almost all relevant places in which hearsay could arise, spread, or have a political effect, from the political and social to the economic to the rural institutions. The city sucked in rumors from all these communication spaces like a black hole sucks in all matter. Like trade goods, valuable news moved from the Athenian periphery to the political center. Vice versa, messages also diffused, albeit much more slowly, into rural areas. Epicenters of different strengths, such as the PNUX, Agora, or Gymnasium, initially overlap, but when viewed from a greater distance, they merged to form a rumor magnet of extraordinary magnitude. All knowledge is literally rushing towards essence, where the citizens absorbed every piece of news like a sponge. This fact is also reflected in the often emphasized speed that rumors can pick up. By the end of this process, such information appeared as an ominous force that even seemed to influence human behavior. Almost at the same time as Aeschines, Plato got to the heart of this dynamic. In his late work, the Nomoi, the philosopher puts the following words into the mouth of the Spartan Megillos, addressed to his dialogue partner, the anonymous Athenian. And I quote a last time. Thus much, at least, you are quite right in saying that public opinion, again Femi, has a surprising influence when there is no attempt by anybody ever to breathe a word that contradicts the law. Above all, however, this last passage reminds us of the distinction I have made in the beginning concerning political culture in general. The source is a wonderful example to grasp both aspects of political culture, the symbolic one, Femi, and the rational one, the deeply internalized view of the people's transgressions, which is socialized through upbringing, is an important element of the informal expressive dimension of political culture, while the laws mentioned in Plato's statement are standing for the technical, instrumental side of power politics. In the statement, Megillos summarizes the comments of the wise stranger from Athens, who had previously discussed in detail that physical same-sex relations should be banned from an idle community in order to ensure platonic love on the one hand and to guarantee that the polis had enough offsprings on the other. The best way to achieve this is to educate the population about the taboo of homoerotic love from an early stage. To underline the preventive effect, the speaker equates male-male relations, which can also include sexual aspects, with incest and pedophilia. Regardless of this doubtful embedding, it follows that Plato understood Femi as an unwritten regulative of his fictitious idle community. So, to sum up, Femi ensures that there is enough social pressure so that base desires and banished behavior are not even acted out, which is similar to the function and form of public opinion, especially when it comes to private matters such as romantic adventures, for example. Slander and abuse, on the other hand, are explicitly not part of these disciplinary mechanisms and could be sanctioned in turn, which clearly shows that Plato knew how to distinguish between rumor and slander. Gossip in the sense of public opinion, therefore, releases what Plato, unlike Hesiod, by the way, sees as a positive, quasi-supernatural influence. It was this almost enigmatic power of rumor that the other Athenians took note of, especially in the above-mentioned rumor spaces of the city and in the connection with the democratic lifestyle. Thank you for your attention and your patience.
Thank you very much, Christopher Degelmann, for your lecture. And now we come to our last lecture. I hope that the technique is okay.
Can you put to a full screen? I don't use WebEx frequently.
Yes, you can hear us. Yes, and we.
Yes.
Yes, no, now we hear you. Okay.
I can hear you. I can't hear you so good. There's a bit a problem.
Yes,
But I hope you can you understand me?
yes, but I don't know if the audio. Yes, okay.
Can you understand me, or am I not hearable?
Well, from here I can, but
Yeah, we can too.
okay.
Okay, ja, wir können Sie, glaube ich, hören. Das geht, glaube ich, gut. Wir haben die Lautsprecher hier stehen und
Okay.
das Publikum kann scheinbar auch entsprechend hören, sodass das funktioniert.
Wunderbar, ganz herzlichen
Kann man
Dank.
das Mikrofon an den Lautsprecher halten?
Ja,
Das Mikrofon an den
ja, ja, ich kann das
Soll
nachher.
ich direkt beginnen oder gibt es noch irgendwie eine Vorrede oder?
Ja, ich würde Sie noch kurz vorstellen, aber das geht jetzt ganz
Okay.
schnell, wenn wir wissen, dass die Technik funktioniert.
Die Frage ist, ob sie tatsächlich funktioniert oder ob es hier nur so aussieht.
Ja,
Können Sie hören, oder?
also ich kann Sie hören, aber ich
Ach so.
sehe Sie jetzt nicht.
Das ist
Dadurch
gut.
kann ich auch keine Reaktionen sehen.
Das ist gut. Jetzt?
Ich glaube, jetzt müssten die Lautsprecher noch zugeschaltet sein. Insofern sollte es jetzt noch mal besser gehen. Wenn Sie da mal gerade ein paar Worte sagen, dann.
Ja, hallo, bin ich zu
Ja,
hören?
jetzt geht es sehr gut. Von daher mussten die Lautsprecher
Wunderbar.
noch eingesteckt werden. Aber jetzt scheint es sehr gut zu funktionieren. Yes, I will say a few words about Maria Nebelin, who is in, I don't know, in Chemnitz or in Klagenfurt. Jetzt at home. Genau. Maria Nebelin studied history, Protestant theology, and philosophy, ethics at the universities of Dresden and Paris. He graduated in 2014 with a study on the semantics of politics in the work of Cicero. And in 2024, he published a book on Stefan Zweig's Reception of Antiquity. After working as a research assistant at Humboldt University in Berlin, he became assistant professor in Chemnitz in Saxonia. Since 2023, he has been professor of the history of antiquity and the reception of antiquity in the modern age at Chemnitz University of Technology. So, das ist die kurze Vorstellung, von daher können Sie jetzt, Herr Nebelin, loslegen.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, thank you very much for inviting me. I very much regret that I cannot be with you in person today, and I am all the more grateful that you have made it possible for me to participate digitally. At a time when the parliamentary democracies of the liberal and pluralist West, so-called West, are under increasing political pressure from within and without, when alliances are being challenged and democratic systems are being changed for the worse, a conference like this is particularly important. It opens up the opportunity to use historical comparisons between Athenian democracy and modern democratic systems to stimulate reflections on stability factors and conditions that endanger democracies. After Christopher Degelman's remark on the democratic culture of classical Athens in this panel, I will now focus on the reproductive factors of this political culture, democratic socialization and democratic education. In doing so, I will repeatedly refer to post-war Western German history as a point of comparison. In a sense, this is a special case, but it is one that is particularly well suited to work out similarities and differences with Athenian democracy. While in the history of Athenian democracy, the process of democratization began symbolically with the end of tyranny, in the history of ideas, the question of the reason for the failure of the Weimar Republic and the research for ways to establish and stabilize democracy after the Second World War was a starting point for the Federal Republic of Germany. The search for a new political form is something that Athenian history and contemporary, even contemporary German history have in common, even if there are important differences in detail. But as Max Weber already knew, similarities and differences are useful because they are the basis as well as a result of any comparison. In my presentation, I will first discuss the foundations of political culture, which can be influenced by socialization and education. Against this background, in a second step, I will reconstruct the discourse on democratic education and socialization in post-war Western German history in order to identify and elaborate points of comparison with the Athenian democracy. In doing so, I am concerned with similarities as well as with those fundamental differences that help to work out the significance of socialization and education in classical Athens and maybe also in democratic systems. At this point, a panorama of the West German as well as the Athenian situation will emerge. In the third step, I will look at some specific Athenian institutions of socialization and education. At this point, I will also consider whether and to what extent the question of democratic socialization and education was already being addressed in Athens itself. And finally, in a fourth step, I will try to relate these specific features to the current challenges facing Western democracies. But let's start with the first step on the life, world, background knowledge and the cultural reproduction of political systems. The well-established concept of political culture in political science and history describes the field of the social construction of the political reality. It encompasses ideas, attitudes, and behavior towards politics, polity, and policy. In a sense, political culture is the basis of practices on which citizens base their political behavior, including those unwritten practices that go beyond purely legal rules. However, political culture is not the deepest foundation of a political community. Instead, a community's political culture is based on what, following Jürgen Habermas, can be called lebensweltliches Hintergrundwissen, life, world, background knowledge. The term refers to the ensemble of those unquestionably valid elements of knowledge and practice that make up what is taken for granted in a political culture. The lifelong background knowledge therefore guarantees the stability of any political culture and thus of any political order. But when these self-evident facts become articulable, they are no longer established. If the life world background knowledge changes, the political culture changes too. The resilience of a political order therefore depends on the persistence of its underlying political culture and the background knowledge of its people. If the life world background knowledge and the political culture contradict the institutional order and thus the political organization of the community, then the institutions can become dysfunctional. The entire political order is in danger. If a crisis tendency reaches the deeper layers of the life world, it can evolve into a systemic crisis. And conversely, a change of the political system can only be sustainable if the background knowledge and the political culture also change. But of course, not every change is problematic. From a political scientist's point of view, there is no doubt that political culture depends on socialization and education. But what is the significance of socialization and education in these contexts? To answer this question, it is necessary to consider what political socialization and political education are. Socialization is the process of internalizing the norms and values, ideas and behaviors of a particular process. The perceptions acquired in this way are not least related to the formation of a common life world background knowledge. According to Pierre Bourdieu, aspects of socialization are characterized by habitualization, a process of internalization and embodiment, even embodiment, of social expectations and manners. For people who have not been socialized this way into a community, it is therefore particularly difficult to internalize this life world background knowledge. Democratic socialization is therefore extremely important for the stability of a democratic system because it affects people's everyday interactions. In recent decades, there's been a postulation that the socialization aspects of Western societies have been in decline. In a paper on the relevance of political socialization today, Ken Jennings has pointed out that there has been a trend toward an apparent decline in social capital, civic virtue, and traditional political engagement. This may also be a consequence of the changing world order after the end of the Cold War. While socialization is a process that is difficult to control consciously, education is a deliberate process that aims to equip individuals with the necessary skills to behave appropriately in society or in certain fields of society. Education is about learning specific skills, knowledge, and behavior patterns. Niklas Luhmann emphasized that education serves the social reproduction of society. In the political sphere, it therefore enables the reproduction of a political culture. Since individuals can hardly be forced to internalize educational content, the transmission of educational content is organized, programmatically, for example, in the form of curricula, and organizationally in corresponding educational institutions such as schools. The Bielefeld sociologist developed his ideas using modern society as a point of reference. However, his assumptions can also be applied to ancient conditions, albeit with different content and forms of organization. The question, however, is to what extent political competence can be learned in the same way as, for example, knowledge of mathematics or a profession. This brings me to the next step in my presentation, the question of specific forms of political socialization and political education. This brings me to the section 2, becoming a democracy, political transition and cultural stabilization in West Germany and classical essence. The political funding route of Athenian democracy was tyrannicide. However, the story of the origins of this democracy is not limited to the single act of self-empowerment, but was a constant process of democratization. It was an aimless process because there were no examples for the Athenians to follow. Initially, the central feature of the history of Athenian democratization was the extension of participatory rights to all citizens and the financial safeguarding of this participation, followed by the integration of large sections of the social elite and the institutional safeguarding of democratic institutions. All this was underpinned by a political culture. At its core was a state of mind that, according to Christian Meyer, can be described as something like civicness, for example. It enabled a way of life characterized by political equality, which did not imply social equality, but ensured the autonomy of politics from other sectors of society. The importance of self-empowerment within this process should not be underestimated. It distinguishes the history of the emergence of Athenian democracy from that of West German democracy. The latter was always the result of lost world wars, too. It was only after the end of the Second World War and the complete political and moral bankruptcy of traditional ideas that the opportunity arose to establish a new, now democratic order. However, this political order was less a product of self-awareness, rather it was the result of former oppositional social elites and above all, external influences. One of the aims of the victorious Allies was to prevent the re-establishment of the Third Reich. To this end, not only the political order and its institutions in Germany were to change, but also the mentality of the German population. A democratic political culture supported from within was to emerge. A key method of achieving this goal was re-education. The aim of re-education was to educate Germans to become democrats. This idea was based on a resolution passed by the Allies at the Potsdam Conference. It was a strategy promoted in particular by the American military administration. Studying how the Athenian and German democracies emerged reveals four significant differences. First, the internal and external influences. While Germany's political renewal was essentially shaped by external influences, the situation in Athens was quite the opposite. The sources repeatedly emphasized the democratic order as a characteristic of the polis. The involvement of the Spartans in the oligarchic coups proved that the democratic constitution of Athens also faced external opposition. Conversely, the Athenians themselves saw the democracy as an exemplary order worth of imitation, as the relevant statements of the Thucydidean Pericles underline. The assumption of the exemplary nature of their own constitution is expressed in the famous formulation of being the school of Hellas. At a higher level of abstraction, however, the case studies illustrate an important commonality. Every democratic culture has to deal with internal and external influences at the same time. Secondly, re-education versus learning by doing. The different ways in which the two democracies emerged led to different learning processes. While the Federal Republic of Germany was able to draw on successful democratic systems, the citizens of Athens were the first to discover democracy as a type of political order. In Germany, explicit knowledge about democracy emerged. This knowledge was institutionalized and became part of the school curriculum. In Athens, on the other hand, the political order was still developing. Democratic education was a learning by doing process. Learning by doing in Athens was initially an ambiguous process. As institutionalization of democracy in Athens progressed, society as a whole learned about its democracy, with the democratic institutions themselves being transformed in this learning process. In addition, individual citizens learned about democracy through their participation in democratic processes. The nature of learning is therefore another important way in which democratic systems can differ. Several forms of political integration and participation. Whereas in the Federal Republic of Germany, all adult citizens, regardless of gender, had the right to vote. In Athens, access to political institutions, the right to vote and be elected, and decision-making were reserved for male citizens. Women and slaves were excluded from these rights. The integration into the community was subject to different social mechanisms. Accordingly, different forms of political integration and participation entail different forms socialization and education. Fourthly, political transition and cultural stabilization. The way in which the transition to democracy takes place seems to be relevant for the internal acceptance and stability of a democratic order. This acceptance can also grow over time through the success attributed to democracy as a political order. In the 20th century, the Federal Republic of Germany is an example of such a development. In essence, on the other hand, the two oligarchic coups made the value of democracy visible to the citizens in an unprecedented way. The cultural stabilization of a democracy therefore succeeds, above all when it has proved its worth to its citizens. In this respect, crises are always both a challenge and an opportunity for democratic systems. Of course, the more deeply democratic values and ideas are embedded in the population, the more stable a democracy will be. The long-term stability of Athenian democracy now leads to the question of which institutions were responsible for learning and reproducing the democratic way of life. This brings me to the third step in my argument: practice without praxeology. Democratic socialization and democratic education in classical essence. The reconstruction of democratic socialization processes is more difficult than that of educational processes, since the latter depend on institutions. But how is it possible in a society that, like Athens, does not have a public education system, but is essentially characterized by learning by doing? A closer look, however, shows that it is possible to identify educational institutions that at least cater for all the citizens' inhabitants, while others were reserved for middle citizens and others for the elite. I would like to take a closer look at these three types of educational institutions. The first institution is the Greek theater, which was open to all inhabitants of the polis. It has been emphasized from different colleagues that the theater functioned as a medium of political reflection for the polis. The plays, especially the tragedies, dealt with issues of general or specific importance to the people. This was learning ethical aspects. The second institution with educational potential is the military, the army, and the fleet. All male citizens spend some time in military service. In essence, this service was the base of citizenship. And even if the military organization, with its inherent hierarchies of command, does not appear at first sight to be particularly democratic, military service functioned as a common experience for all Athenian men. Above all, however, our historiographical sources show that, especially in times of crisis, the military hierarchy was counterbalanced by the democratically organized assemblies. The importance of the military assemblies is particularly evident in Xenophon, but also in the role played by the Athenian fleet in overthrowing the oligarchic regimes. A third group of institutions was reserved for the male members of the elite, training in rhetoric and philosophy. The basic requirement for admissions to these institutions was sufficient wealth to be able to devote oneself exclusively to this training. It is important to note that in both cases, education was not the primary function of these institutions. Rhetoric formed the basis of regulated communication in the fields of law and politics. Philosophy, on the other hand, was a way of life, at least since the Platonic demarcation, which, as Katharina Nemelin has pointed out, opened a safe space beyond the democratic majority for rich members of the elite. However, this only applied to those who wish to devote themselves permanently to philosophy. Most, however, were, as in the field of rhetoric, only temporary residents of the philosophical world. Both rhetoric and philosophy were part of a distinct and elite aristocratic education. Both rhetoric and philosophy were part of a distinct elite. On the other hand, members of the elite acquired knowledge that prepared them to assume certain roles within the democratic polis. For example, as demagogues, polling opinions in the popular assembly, and thus contributing to political discussion and decision-making. While the third group of institutions can be identified and therefore clearly classified as educational institutions, the educational aspect of the theater and the military is less obvious. They therefore correspond more to spaces that have a socializing effect. Another peculiarity of philosophy is that philosophers such as Plato developed political theories of education. This is interesting because it proves that even in antiquity, education could be conceptualized theoretically and praxeologically. In the case of Plato's Politeia also shows that it was conceivable that education could function not only as a means of educating individuals, but also as a means of political education. However, Plato's example also points to a fundamental problem with these educational theories, or many of them at least. They are only apparently practical. In fact, this educational system of Plato's ideal polis, which was geared towards segmentation and universalization, at the same time was merely a means of social segregation. It contains no direct reference to Athenian democracy, nor was it intended to reform it. In view of the fact that such philosophical educational theories made hardly any contribution to political reform in antiquity, and that institutions such as philosophical education and theater can hardly be classified as institutions of mass education in modern times, in the modern era, the question arises as to what conclusions can be drawn from the comparison of ancient democracy with modern democracies. And so that's when I come to my fourth and last step, challenging the democracy, preserving democracies. In fact, this was the most complicated ask, because the difference between the social structure, the social historical background, and the educational institutions of Athenian democracy on the one hand, and modern democratic systems on the other hand, made me doubt that this is the answer to the political challenge that democracies are currently facing. However, as the case of Athens shows, the integrative power of institutions in which everyone participates is particularly high. In this respect, educational institutions such as schools are of particular importance for democratic education in the modern age. It is therefore a simple conclusion. We need more democratic education in our schools and perhaps also in other educational institutions. The suppression of school subjects of the humanities and cultural studies is proving to be a particular political problem at this point. But this is a problem which could be changed. But we must not harbor any illusions. In the end, every political culture is underpinned by its underlying background knowledge of the real world. Schools central aspect of every functioning democracy. But other aspects are much more important. Aspects which are related to the way people interact. One of the most interesting aspects in this context is a sentence of Pericles, who emphasized that sometimes it is simply necessary to accept the others, even if they are terrible. And maybe this willingness to accept the other is a much more and much more important aspect, and even something which can be learned from the Athenian democracy than any other element of the educational system of the Athenian democracy. Thank you very much.
Ja, lieber Herr Nebelin, ich hoffe, Sie verstehen mich und ich danke ganz herzlich für diesen sehr schönen Vortrag und den Überblick über die Erziehung als Teil eben der demokratischen Erziehung. Damit sind wir am Ende unserer Vorträge and I will ask if there are any questions, comments. Yes?
Perhaps if somebody wants before me.
Yes?
Please,
Yes. No? You want to? Oh, yes. Okay.
Thank you very much. It's more of a comment and a support of both what you said, both Professor Degelman and Professor Nebelin. You mentioned, Professor Degelman, you mentioned, for example, the triremes, and Professor Nebelin mentioned as a point number 2 the importance of the military, and I would like to make that a little bit more specific. The triremes, especially, was, according to us, I'm an economist, it was a coordination and a cooperation mechanism where you had different classes of people coordinating towards cooperating towards the common good. The common good in this case was, of course, victory and survival. And you had there the very rich triarchos, excuse me, say it in Greek, who was a very rich man. You had the medium class officers and the hoplites who were medium class, and you had also the very poor thetas as rowers. But they had to coordinate in order to achieve victory. The same happened also in a lesser degree in the phalanx, where you had anyway equality between all the combatants who fought one near the other and covered by the shield of the other one. And this was a learning process actually, which was afterwards transferred in the assembly as a cooperation and coordination mechanism in order to achieve the common good of the republic, of the democracy. And well, I think this is very important. And another point which was also important is that in the triremes especially, all people or participants learned to listen to the expert, who was not the triarchos, who was a rich man, but not necessarily an expert on the sea, but on the captain, let's say. And so they learned also in the assembly to listen to the expert who was the political expert like Themistocles or Pericles and so on, or even the economic expert as, for example, Nicophon, the famous of Nicophon, or later Lycurgus. And I think this is really a very important aspect of what you mentioned before. Thank you.
Marian, willst du was dazu sagen?
Yes, thank you very much. I absolutely agree. There's one point which is interesting. That is the aspect of the expert. In fact, it is an aspect you learn to hear, to understand, and to follow ideas of experts. But one very important aspect is that in the context of the fleet, there's a command which makes clear where to go with the ship, with the fleet, and all. And it is extremely interesting that this is politically ruled, which means that also these experts are maybe we may say under the control of the assembly at the end. And this is a very important correlation because it limits the relevance of experts. The knowledge of an expert is only important also as long as it is yeah, in of use for the police and the decisions of the people. And that's a very important aspect which limits the relevance of experts. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. In the moment there is no picture here, but you can hear me. Ah, yes, the picture is with, yes, again here. Are there further questions? I have one question to Christopher Degelmann. Isegoria, the right to speak freely, is a characteristic element of the Athenian democracy. And would you say that the Athenian society is an open society in the sense of Karl Popper, where you can say...
Ich habe leider etwas Probleme, Sie zu verstehen.
Ja, es ist eine Frage an Christopher Degelmann,
Ach so,
weil wir
Entschuldigung.
beide Vorträge zusammengenommen haben und jetzt eine gemeinsame Diskussion haben. Are there regulations in Athens for communication, perhaps auch hidden regulations? Not to say all. We know it from Sparta. In Sparta, tragedy and comedy is forbidden. Young men should be silent when older people are present. Are there such hidden regulations in Athenian society, or it is a very free communication?
Not even hidden, but there are always fightings about and struggle about what is allowed to say, what to be said. Yeah, think about the accusations which are made against Aristophanes by Cleon, for example, who brings him to the courts, yeah, and you trying to silence him, but he fails. He fails. But
because it was comedy.
There are attempts, obviously. Yeah, I mean the right or the value of Isegoria is highly praised in normative contexts. But if you take a look at the practice, you see that there are some struggles, also concerning parousia and so on.
Thank you very much. Yes. Are there further remarks? Questions? Yes, it was a long day.
Yeah.
And we are tired a little bit. And so, thank you once again. Ganz herzlichen Dank nochmal an Maria Nebelin für den sehr schönen Vortrag. Und Ihnen noch einen schönen Abend. Leider können Sie an dem gemeinsamen Abendessen dann nicht teilnehmen. Aber wir danken nochmal ganz herzlich dafür.
Thank you very much. Wish you a great evening and goodbye. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, genau. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yes. And now I look to Professor Simantiras for the common dinner at 20 o'clock.
The dinner is 8 o'clock in the University Club, Academia Street 48. And there we will also have a dinner speech. So it's part of the program.
Yes.
Okay.
No. Wir freuen uns darauf. Thank you very much for the day, for today. And we will see at tomorrow, I think at 9:30. I think here in this room or in the room above. Tomorrow here. Tomorrow here. We are here. Yes, here at 9:30. Okay. Thank you very much.
May I?